Check 1 2. Deas 1. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Hey, Mike. Check 1 2 3. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. New battery. Check 1 2 3. So this is 4, right? So 1 2 3 4. This should be 2. You want me to put this on
1 2.
And here's what I'm gonna do. Let me rewind. Right. So this is podium. Check. Podium. You could take this blue out of here. Don't need that. You want me to move the other one up, or is that going to confuse you? You sure? Okay. All right. So now this is podium. This is Q&A. You could just actually hide this. We'll change that whole unit. I'll tell my to take the whole unit. We tested in the office. Check it. We're good here. Check it. That's why I wanted to. But it's right there, and these are really good. Huh? No, it's good. It should be fine. I don't want to confuse you more. Yeah. It's up to you. I mean, whatever makes it should. It should. And these are really good. We use in the ballroom, including that one. No, but these are reliable. Check 1 2. Okay, so this is podium mic. Podium 1 2. Leave it on 1 2. Check. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome.
She pulled. How do you know? She said the exact thing. Yeah.
Said to me, I was like, whenever I go out to dinner and stuff, I need to end or the corner. I
Yeah.
just go over into another spot.
I was just like, okay, all right.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying your breakfast so far. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to please take their seats, and we will be getting started in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Nikki, you ready?
Ready?
Ready.
All right.
It's gonna go perfectly fine.
No, not the.
Dude, sorry, Virgo. I didn't realize I was going.
Wow, Bulldog. I know. The center of attention. Oh, hold on, the mic is different.
Thanks, how are you?
Thank you. All right, now y'all know you gotta leave room for my ass to get through here. Hey, Jonathan, are all the mics hot at all times?
These all are, yeah.
Okay, so they are never not hot. Never turned off.
If you need us to turn them off at some point,
So I would turn them off until we start the thing where everybody's going to speak. Okay? Just too many, you know. Some people have here.
I'm going to take that now because I actually.
Well, I can Donahue. So probably we'll do that for the interactive session. So are these the only two speakers?
they're the white ones. So just don't sit, not just don't be directly in front of you.
Go in the middle.
Yeah, don't be like right
All
in front of
right.
it. It should be fine.
Like when it.
Just look back there, and like right next to it is kind of constant.
Okay.
I'll confirm it's all of them and not just the black ones.
All right. Thank you, Andre. Aren't you Shashir doing in the first half of the interactive session?
They're going to scribe. We could do what one of them is going to be.
Huh?
One of them is going to be the Chris also being recorded. So Josh is
Okay.
and let me just confirm. Because you
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Riley, and I'm the Director of Program Services at Feeding Westchester, so I will be today's moderator. For our opening remarks, it is my pleasure to introduce Karen C. Aaron, President and CEO of Feeding Westchester. As the innovative head of Feeding Westchester, Karen applies more than 15 years of nonprofit experience and strength in strategic oversight to execute logistics that are impacting real lives. She joined our team in July of 2020, positioning Feeding Westchester to serve its community and the elevated pandemic hunger levels. Karen helped to craft our reimagined strategic plan in 2022 as a revolutionary approach to understanding and addressing systemic causes of hunger. This plan draws from her expertise in fiscal oversight, relationship management, and proven success in fostering collaboration among those she leads. Alongside her work at Feeding Westchester, she maintains a presence in many different community organizations, such as Nonprofit Westchester Board, the Feeding New York State Board, Feeding America's National Advisory Council, and she serves as the Vice Chair of Feeding America's Northeast region, to which she was elected in 2022. So without further ado, Karen Aaron, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Oh my gosh, I just can't stop smiling. It is such a joy to be in this room with each of you. Thank you for all you do. And I just want to start out not just saying thank you, but come on, please give yourselves a hand. Woo-hoo! All right. So, you probably hear us say this a lot, and we say it honoring your all's work and our partnership. Together, we are Feeding Westchester. In front of you, you see the map of our presence throughout the county, which hopefully includes each of you. And I'm going to say it one more time. Please give yourselves a round of applause. I'm also going to ask you to indulge me and join me in recognizing and welcoming the full Feeding Westchester team who is here to support you. How would you classify the last 2 years, y'all? Any words come to mind? Say again? A hot mess. That'll work, right? Anybody else? Eye-opening. Yep. What else, y'all? Think about the last 2 years. Challenging. Thank you. Yep. Name it. Grateful. Yes. Absolutely. I'm refraining from comment that I feel like I might be in a place of worship with all y'all congregated at the back of the room, okay now? There are all these seats. Look at Ron up here, Sue up here, all by themselves. Y'all feel free to come a little closer. We've got a lot to talk about today. All right, so let's encapsulate it together. Pre-COVID, we cumulatively were serving an average of 138,000 people each month, and we distributed under 900,000 pounds each month. Y'all know need is up, and we'll talk about that today, of course. And so we are currently continuing to serve an average of more than 200,000 people each month, our neighbors in need. And I'm so proud and grateful, appreciative to be able to say that the Feeding Westchester team continues to distribute at twice the volume we had pre-COVID, right? So right now we're doing an average of 1.5 million pounds per month, equivalent to 1.3 million meals. I don't know about y'all, but I got a lot of people who say to me, there's hunger in Westchester County, one of the wealthiest counties in the nation? Yeah, I see you nodding, right? Brand awareness is so important to all of us. Over the past 2 years, a lot more people know that there is need in every single community, including Westchester County, but not everybody. So I'm just going to do a really brief PSA, okay? It is Hunger Action Month, and at feedingwestchester.org/Hunger Action Month, there are a broad range of ways that together we can continue to draw attention to and awareness of the need. And we can also draw attention to the incredible impact that each of you and we together have on our community. So I invite you to go there. Some of the things that you can celebrate for Hunger Action Month: on September 23rd is Hunger Action Day. You can wear orange, and guess what? Take pics, post them to social, right? Hashtags Hunger Action Month, and we would request that in addition to your own hashtag, you consider tagging Feeding Westchester. So I've gotten a chance to see and say hello to many of you today. If I haven't, please find me later because I can't stop smiling still. I mean, this is going to be a great day together. I'll tell you something about us, which is we're going to celebrate, and we're also going to have some conversations that hopefully lead to Feeding Westchester being able to serve you all better, and that together we are able to strengthen our already significant impact together. So we're going to have what might be considered some tough conversations. I said to one of you already this morning, so appreciated that feedback you gave me. Make sure and speak up when we have our interactive session, okay? So this sweet person said, you don't really have to worry about that, which I identified with. But some of you, even if it's tough, right, we can solve anything together if we know what it is. And so we are here seeking clarity on some really important situations for us both. So you have an agenda in your packet. Any questions? Any housekeeping? Everybody found the restrooms? Everybody got some breakfast, I hope? Any housekeeping questions? All right, so before I turn it over to another member of the team, I'm going to tell you a couple things. When we talk about impact at Feeding Westchester, we do not talk about Feeding Westchester's impact. We talk about the cumulative impact of our network, and we talk about each of you, our partners. So I'm going to close us out with a Helen Keller quote that I had to arm wrestle my colleague at United Way for this morning. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. And together we are Feeding Westchester. Thanks, y'all. It's going to be a great day.
love seeing that video. It gives me chills every time. Okay, so for our first segment today, we will be discussing strategic vision within the feeding landscape. I would like to introduce to you our lovely panel. Today, Karen will be sharing an in-depth look at our upcoming strategic plan. Following that, I will be discussing the recent community needs assessment. Joining myself and Karen, we have Virgil Dantes, who is our Director of Community Impact, talking about food, health, and nutrition. We have Monique Marshall, who is our Nutrition Resource Manager, talking about our culturally relevant food initiative. We have Ryan Brisk, who is our Senior Director of Operations, talking about network food sourcing. And last but not least, we have Andre Thompson, our Vice President of Impact Programming, talking about our Hunger Relief Assessment Project. So to get us started, please give your attention to our President and CEO, Karen Aaron.
Thank you, Nikki. All right, I'm back. So we wanted to take a few minutes this morning and update you all on the priorities that we have been very intentional about setting at Feeding Westchester. So y'all heard Nikki say, and many of you know, I came to Westchester County July of 2020. It's a really special story for me. I was living in Palm Beach County, Florida, running the Palm Beach County Food Bank. And I have 2 daughters. They're grown, but they live in the New York City area. So I don't know if y'all remember in March, April of 2020, but we had that, I had at least, and I bet many of you do too, that whole 8 to 12 weeks, 8 to 12 weeks, 8 to 12 weeks. Remember at the beginning when we first didn't know what it was, and then we thought COVID would last about 8 to 12 weeks, we'd get the summer off, and then we were worried about fall. And so as that unfolded in Palm Beach County, Florida, I said to myself, I don't want to be in Florida when my family is in New York. And so I literally opened my laptop one evening when I was having a chat with myself about this, and the position at Feeding Westchester was open. And so when I look back on that transition, it unfolded so beautifully for me, and I got the great fortune to join the incredible team at Feeding Westchester. I'll tell you a funny part of that story, which was, y'all may remember in July, Cuomo put Floridians on quarantine. Yeah, remember that? So that was right when I was about to book my flight to come up. So I took this job sight unseen, hadn't met the team except on Zoom, hadn't seen the community, though I'd lived in the city in the 90s. But anyway, I'm so grateful to be able to say that it's just been everything I would have hoped and more. So thank you to each of you for welcoming me to this community so warmly. July of 2020. So we spent the next 18 months, what, y'all? Head down, right? Food in, food out, food in, food out. When I got to Feeding Westchester, the team had already changed the distribution method, and we will talk about that later. But they had already made those pre-made pallets, right, so that we could double volume. And so that is, it was not possible to distribute the way we had previously and hit those kinds of numbers and pounds. And so that was the genesis of that switch. So last spring, I was like, okay, we don't know how long COVID's going to last, but it's time to put our heads up and make sure that we are intentional about where we are going, the work we are doing, and how we are accomplishing it together. So one of the things I really enjoyed about our process is that it was very inclusive. And what that means to us is the first step that we took is we conducted a community needs assessment. Nikki's going to fill you in on the details of that. So I'll just say we interviewed each of you that would respond to a survey, and we also spoke to more than 600 clients. Because one of the things we talk about a lot at Feeding Westchester is, y'all, I got a million great ideas. Don't you? Each of us. We got so many good ideas, and I got 24 board members. They got some really great ideas too, right? Well, you know, what matters is that we are meeting y'all's needs, and what matters is that together we are serving those we serve in a way that is meaningful and has impact. And so we'll be talking a lot about that today. But we wanted to hear firsthand from you all and from those we serve in the community, what is it you need? What can we do better? How can we best serve you? We took that information and we sent a survey to our full staff and board. One of the things that is super important to me is that those that are doing the work speak to the vision, right? Not, hey, did I mention? I got some great ideas. My team will tell you, because I tell them, ooh, I got a great idea. But the folks who work most closely with you all every day have the greatest insight. They have your trust, they have your ear, and so we wanted to make sure and give our team their voice as well. We took that information that we'd gotten from those two sources, and each department had a huddle. So at a department meeting, they talked about what we had learned, they talked about questions, and then we captured that input and put together these preliminary pillars. Once we had the plan crafted, I held, I don't know, y'all, maybe 6 town halls. We brought together the team, again, across departments to get feedback. Was what we thought we had heard accurate? Were we moving in the right direction? Was there anything that we missed, either from the team, the partners, or the clients we serve? And that led to our strategic plan, which right now, as all of us can tell you with gritted teeth, has been translated into work goals for fiscal year 23, and it's a 3-year strategic plan. All right, so we want to share those pillars with you all. So we have 5 pillars. The first 3 are grouped under healthy community, understand hunger, address hunger, and create paths out of hunger. The final 2 are healthy organization. And so the first is strengthen culture, and the second is strengthen capacity. I'm going to quickly run through each of these. So understand hunger. You know, what's that about, right? Feeding Westchester has been in business for more than 30 years. Many of you have been on the front lines of hunger for at least that long. One of the things I like about food banking is people think it's a really simple business, right? You get food in, you get food out, right? But there are so many variables for each of us at every step of the program, right? So every step of the process. So where are our partners located? Where are our mobiles located? How frequently can clients access food with you? What are the hours of operation in a community? What I love about Westchester County is this very tight-knit community. It's also very localized, right? And what that means to me is I live in Ossining. So when people say to me, hey, where you live? I say, I live in Ossining. I don't say, I live in Westchester County, right? But together, all of us, we form a system that serves Westchester County. So Andre is going to talk to you a little bit later about a specific commitment we have made for all of us to clearly understand the landscape of hunger, the landscape of hunger relief, and how we can be more efficient, more effective, and have greater impact together. So the second is address hunger. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it better be, right? I mean, that is the reason we were formed. That is what we focus on every single day. So again, what is important to us is that we are doing that in the best possible way. Monique Marshall is going to talk to us about that means foods that people want to eat. We will never lose our focus on nutrition, and I feel confident you all won't either. And what does that mean? How does that translate into our communities? We'll talk about that more as well. The third piece is creating paths out of hunger. And I've had some great conversations with some of you, some of my colleagues, about what that really means. First and foremost, when you think beyond the hunger relief structure, we're all combating the same thing, which is poverty, right? And so even our dear colleagues who are in a different role, who do things other than food, and I'm I'm recognizing my dear colleague, Ron Abad at Community Housing Innovations. We're seeing the same folks. And so how can we make things easier on those we serve? By recognizing that they have a broad range of needs. And we, Feeding Westchester, y'all, I can't solve them all. None of us can. But not only together are we feeding Westchester, but together we're stronger. So how can we strengthen connections, both amongst us, and then most importantly, services we're able to be aware of and provide those that we serve. So my dear friend and colleague Tom Gabriel is here, and he'll be talking about a resource that, if you are unaware, is so valuable to those we serve. So those are the three pillars focused on healthy community. Healthy organization, gosh, y'all, none of it matters, right? If the team is not thriving. I bet y'all say the same thing at your place. We work really hard at Feeding Westchester. And so my goal is to ensure that our team members are as delighted as possible to be at work every day. So we've made some commitments to them. In July of 2020, we instituted a $20 entry wage at Feeding Westchester. We feel very fortunate that due to the support of the community, we are able to do that. We invested additional dollars in benefits, and we made a specific commitment to each team member. If you have professional goals, we are here to support you and lift you up in any way we can. And so that has been, well, I have a special place in my heart for the team, right? So super de-duper special. And the trust that the team has shown in each other and in each of us is really special. And then the fifth piece, and I think Ryan will speak to this a little later as well, is strengthen capacity. So, you know, space, we could spend all day talking about Feeding Westchester's facility, but we're not going to do that, fortunately. But that is one of the pieces, right? When we think about the resources that you all need, what are your obstacles to optimizing the number of pounds that you can provide your community? What are the obstacles to serving all the people that need our help? Feeding Westchester is here to help identify those and help remove them. I want to share something else that's really important to me, which is that all 5 of these pillars stand on Feeding Westchester's commitment to equity. And I don't say that lightly. There's a lot of conversation, rightly so, about the attention that equity received in 2020 and where is it now. So my expectation of us is twofold. First, that we have a shared expectation of equity regarding those we serve, and then that we at Feeding Westchester and me first hold a mirror up to myself and see what I can do better. So that is a journey. That is not something that we solve and then just keep going. So we are stating that commitment publicly and expect to be held accountable in-house and in the community. Any questions about Feeding Westchester's strategic plan before I turn it back over to Nikki? Yes, sir. Good morning. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here and thank you for what you do. Yes, sir. Sure. So the first thing that happens is we have a conversation. So y'all know we have all kinds of team members. We got folks who drive a truck, and that is exactly what they want to do, is drive a truck, and they will do that forever. We have hardworking team members who are at a specific position and want their career to progress. And so the way that we are tackling that is individual conversations with their supervisor and with HR so that we can craft what will it take for you to get from here to here, and how can we help you attain that knowledge or remove an obstacle? How can we support you in that career goal? Okay, thank you, Henry. All right. Before I get in trouble, I'm going to turn it back over to Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. All right, so one thing we definitely heard Karen mention was our community needs assessment. And this was something that we conducted over the past year, so I would love to dive a little bit further into that with you. The purpose of the community needs assessment was for us to get insight on the needs and challenges that are experienced every day by our network in order for us to really have a true understanding of our landscape. This helped to shape our entire team's strategy as it allowed us to obtain invaluable information and insight into the experiences of our neighbors in need. It also allowed us to gain insight into our partner agencies and local organizations. So this was a survey that we did in the community, and what we did was we collected qualitative data instead of only relying on the numbers. Because if you think about it, we can analyze numbers all day, but that doesn't always tell us the true story and give us the full picture. This allowed for a clearer picture of the need, and it has in turn allowed us to recalibrate our entire roadmap to finding pathways out of hunger. All right, so when we conducted this survey, there were 3 key items of focus that you see on the screen here. One was the capacity of our network. One was our network's diverse food needs, so we learned a lot about that, and I know Monique Marshall will be speaking about that later. We also learned about the geographical challenges that many of our neighbors experience every day. So let's dive into the first one, which was the capacity of our network. From a service capacity standpoint, it was clear that many of our partners are actually smaller organizations in general with limited resources and limited staff or volunteers, yet over 40% of our partners serve 10,000 neighbors annually. So if you think about that for a moment, a small organization serving that many people, it led us to really rebuild and reimagine our landscape post-COVID. We focused on increased volunteer assistance and the implementation of additional hub sites who can help to support the delivery of more services. For example, one thing that we did was we welcomed some of our volunteer groups back into the clean room to help us pack bags for those smaller organizations who may not have the capacity to do so at their site. We're also securing hub sites at larger schools within districts who can redistribute the food to smaller schools within that same district who may not have the storage for food. So those are a couple of examples of ways that we address this capacity issue. The next item of focus was our network's diverse food needs. In learning that over 60% of the people we serve reported food pantries as their main source of food, we decided to hone in on the food choices and really take a look at the feedback of those whom we're serving in regard to the type of food items that we're not only sourcing, but placing on inventory. We have worked with operations to pinpoint most wanted items and focus on bringing more of those selections in-house. Additionally, our Director of Community Impact and our Nutrition Resource Manager, so Virgil and Monique, who you see on the panel right here, created a culturally relevant food list. This large comprehensive list of preferred foods included several different demographics, which will continually assist us in meeting those needs. And again, Monique Marshall will definitely be diving into this further later on. The thought process behind the creation of this guide is that by offering more culturally sensitive food items, we can better serve and better celebrate our diverse community by paying close attention to their food needs. To further enhance our work regarding the network's food needs, we also plan to work in collaboration with our partners to better deliver our standing dedication to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have committed to this both internally and externally, and we are continuing this DEI journey and relevant trainings on an ongoing basis. Externally, we as an organization are aiming to successfully partner with people who adequately represent the cultural uniqueness of our communities. In turn, not only will we better serve our neighbors, but we as an organization will also change to better serve the community's individualized needs and thus become more inclusive. The third item that we learned about was the geographical challenges that our neighbors experience every day. This one, in full transparency, was an eye-opener for me on a personal level. One thing that emerged was we learned that many of our neighbors consider transportation to be a major barrier to accessing services. Historically, we have used our mobile pantry program to fill service gaps in regions where partners may not have access to large indoor brick and mortar spaces, for example, but they may have access to a large parking lot where we could feed. So Yonkers is a good example of that. We have continued to leverage this farmers market style program a lot there. This has alleviated some of the hardship from our neighbors in that it allows many of them to reach feeding sites more easily, and we've peppered these distributions in over 60 locations throughout the county. But we did not stop there. We also saw this as an opportunity to try something new, especially to serve regions in northern Westchester where our neighbors do not always have access to public transportation and may need the food brought to them. So in saying that, in an effort to meet these neighbors where they are, we've brought on a new home delivery program in partnership with United Way, who you will hear more from later today, to bring feeding to those who cannot physically attend distributions. We plan to continue enhancing our efforts to combat these geographical challenges for our neighbors. So in conclusion, the community needs assessment really helped us to look at responses within our community to map out stops on a roadmap to a destination of both understanding and finding ways out of hunger. The assessment really gifted us a clearer understanding of our landscape within the community so that we can better tailor our approach to rebuilding and delivering on that mission. For our next panelist, I would like to invite Virgil to speak about food, health, and nutrition. Virgil?
Thank you, Nikki. I wouldn't start off with talking about the food, health, and nutrition, but as we talk about nutrition and we talk about health, I do have a fun activity for you. If you can please stand. I know you've been sitting for a while and eating the muffins and all of those starches. So if you can stand, raise your hands up, give a good stretch, hands in the front, and give me 2 squats. One, Lord. 2. All right, now we are all ready. Thank you so much for coming to our forum today. You heard about Karen speak about the strategic plan. You heard her talk about the pillars. You heard Nikki talk about community needs assessment. And one of the findings that we found specifically from our clients was that they needed healthier food. They wanted food such as fruits and vegetables. So Feeding Westchester heard our clients, or our neighbors. What we did was look at research across the board, specifically through Feeding America. And Hunger in America indicated that many of the households that are being served are people coping with diet-related diseases. 58% of those households report having at least one member with high blood pressure, and 33% has at least one member with diabetes. We know that poor diets are a leading cause of death. It contributes to high heart diseases, diabetes, and some types of cancer. We know that 50% of the US adults have diabetes or pre-diabetic. 75% of the US are overweight or obese. Among the teens, 25% diabetic or pre-diabetic, and that same number is the same for overweight or obese. And not surprisingly, because the pandemic sort of like highlighted that to us, that the most people who are infected are those from the low-income communities or those who are historically marginalized. And so when we dive in a little further, again, the number speaks for itself. 58% of those individuals have high blood pressure. 48% are in poor, 47% of clients responding are in fair or poor health. 29% of households are members who have no health insurance. And 55% of households reported having some medical debt. We also know that there is a high cost to health challenges. And in 2016, Feeding America indicated that there was additional $52.9 billion in healthcare cost that's associated with individuals with food insecurity. That's both amounts adults and children. I'm going to break it down a little further to Westchester County. People in Westchester County who are food insecure, it's estimated that at least $2,153 are spent more on those individuals. So that pretty much gives us an idea of how important health and hunger plays a part and how important you as our partners are instrumental in allowing us to meet the needs of our clients. Data also shows that 60% of individuals who are food insecure have a difficult time between paying for food and utility. 67% have to choose between transportation and food. You heard Nikki talked about the community needs assessment that talked about transportation. We also know that 66% have to choose between buying food or paying for medication. True story. I met a doctor at the Mount Vernon Neighborhood Health Center through our RX program, and he came down to see what was happening down in that lower level. And when I explained to him what the program was about, he was like just so elated that we were able to bring a program such as this to the health center. He talked about an individual who he saw very often who would come to the appointment. But one of the things that was constantly happening was that when that patient came in, while that patient came in, quote unquote, looking okay, by the time that patient got in to meet with the doctor, that person would faint. And then they would have to call the ambulance and take that person to the hospital. And so at one point they realized, like, let's try to figure out exactly what is happening to that patient. And so they monitored that patient from the time the patient came into the health center. They noticed that the patient went into the bathroom. They noticed that that patient gave themselves an extra boost of insulin, which caused them to faint. And so while in the hospital, they asked that patient, why did you do that? And that patient's response was, because when I go to the hospital, that's the only way I get to eat. So again, just thinking about how important your work is. In Westchester County alone, there's over 100,000 individuals who have diabetes. Hypertension, over 270,000. High cholesterol, over 30,000. Obesity, over 180,000. Those numbers are startling, right, when you think about that. Those are diseases, chronic diseases that can take the life of someone. And again, COVID taught us that. Those are diseases that are unseen. You wouldn't know someone has diabetes unless that person says, I have diabetes, or high blood pressure. But we at Feeding Westchester understands, and we know that we had to take an approach. And so we decided we were going to tackle hunger from all angles. We also know that there is a difference between poverty and being food insecure, and that 58% of individuals struggling with hunger have income that's above the federal poverty level, and 61% of people living in poverty are in fact food insecure. It's very important to know that, because you may have an individual come to a food pantry, and I've heard that before. They may look like me, maybe dressed up in a suit, and you'll say, well, why is that person on a line? You never know. And so what we have done is developed a framework to understand how we can best meet the needs of our individuals. And so we know that there is a system, that we know that the graph right here illustrates the cycle of food insecurity. Food insecurity household employs coping strategies, right, that leads to poorer health and chronic diseases. This can result in increased health care expenditures, poor health status, missing work, and potentially losing your job. Ultimately, that can result in reducing income, furthering down the spiral of food insecure, bringing them into a vicious cycle. Our goal at Feeding Westchester is to create an upstream community intervention to address food insecure and help break its cycle. So I know you're asking, how are we planning to do this, or how have we done this? And so we have started working with health partners to help them understand the importance of food insecurity and hunger. First, we decided that it was very important to screen their clients, their patients, for food insecurity. And so the agencies or the health partners that we have worked with has started incorporating food insecurity screening into their EMRs. That allows us to better service the clients who come through. The two security questions, or the two food insecurity screening questions, are pretty much within the last 12 months. Did you run out of food? During the last 12 months, did you run out of money to buy food? Very simple questions. But with those simple questions, we needed a strategy, right? You can't just tell someone, okay, yeah, I ran out of food, now what? We needed to develop a different strategy. And so what we have done is allow us to work very closely with the health departments or the health centers, and allow us to come in, connect with them, and bring in resources and services. And so one of the very first things that we did, we allowed them to first screen for food insecurity, give them a referral, refer them over to a food pantry, refer them over to additional host sites such as yourself. You may have seen an increase or an uptake in neighbors at certain sites, and that's because we do refer them over to your pantry locations. But one of the main important things that we did was also allow the health partners to bring in food directly to their facilities. And so I'm going to talk about some of the reportings that we done with working with the health sites. In our fiscal year, July 21 to June 21, we worked with a unique population, over 2,366 individuals at a variety of health partners. And through that, we worked with individuals who had chronic illnesses, diabetes, hypertension, obesity. But today I'm going to speak to you more on diabetes. And so, Mount Vernon Neighborhood Health Center was one of our very first sites that we worked with. We had 171 participants that we serviced throughout the 12 months. When we started, there were 12% of those individuals who had A1C levels of 9 and above. There were 15% A1Cs that were 7 and above, and 46% were pre-diabetic. At the end of June, when we did the survey again and found out the numbers, what we did find was 63% improvement of individuals with diabetes 9 and above, 62% of improvement 7 and above, and 43% improvement of those who are pre-diabetic. And what that illustrated was just how important bringing in healthy fruits and vegetables, as well as nutrition education, to clients. We also did the same survey in Yonkers Neighborhood Health Center, and we saw a 70% decrease in A1C levels 9 and above, 70% decrease in 9 and above A1C, and a 37% decrease in pre-diabetic individuals. And so I'm going to speak to you about our RX program, which sort of like allowed us to see those results. During that fiscal year, between fruits and vegetables at Feeding Westchester, we distributed 93,000 pounds of food throughout our health systems. We also included tailored shelf-stable bags, which was over 13,000 bags of pounds that we distributed. And in total, the RX program, which includes 12 health sites, distributed 467,000 pounds of food into the community. And that was done through our Green Thumb program. The Green Thumb program is mobilized. We are able to provide those foods to the individuals once or twice a day, able to serve an upward of over 3,000 households every week. Nutrition education, very important. We have our Just Say Yes to Fruits and Vegetables, Just Say Yes program. You may have seen Alyssa outside with her fresh watermelon. And I'm not a watermelon fan, but I do love that watermelon and black beans. It's rather delicious. So if you haven't tried, please do. We also have community training. We have food safety training, surf safe training, and nutritional workshops. And I must plug in Monique, our Kids in the Kitchen program, pilot program that we just started. We also have our SNAP program, and the SNAP program is very unique because it allows us to meet the individuals where they are, and that means that specifically with the senior population, we actually go into the homes or meet them wherever they are comfortable to help fill that application, take that stressor away, and become that liaison for those clients in need. Throughout the SNAP program, we have serviced over 600 clients throughout a fiscal year. And so with further ado, I'm going to pass on the presentation over to Monique Marshall, who will talk more to you about the cultural initiative and to see how it's so important that we understand the needs of our clients and understand the foods and fruits and vegetables that best works for them. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It is such a pleasure to be here to put some faces to names. I'm relatively new to Feeding Westchester, but I do thank you for the opportunity. If you don't know, I am the Nutrition Resource Manager. My name is Monique Marshall. A big part of my job is creating and maintaining access to nutrition resources, including education and food safety, to not only our organization, but our network at large. So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about our Cultural Food Initiative. It's an amazing and exciting project that I've worked on with our Director of Community Impact, Virgil Dantes. And it's exciting in that it addresses food insecurity by bridging food, nutrition, and cultural diversity to create this illustrious, I guess, initiative towards helping our community. It's such an important initiative because it'll allow us to reach a new level of acknowledging and extending our reach to the people of Westchester County. So I'd just like to talk to you, give you some insight, some background information, and some next steps. So let's start by talking about what diversity is, right? According to Merriam-Webster, diversity is defined as the condition of having or being composed of different elements, especially the inclusion of people of differing races or culture in a group or organization. Hence, why America is considered a melting pot, right? Diverse cultures and ethnicities come together to form one rich fabric known as our nation. It's the heart of the American immigration system. A lot of times, many foreign-born persons come to the country and bring a sense of culture with them. So thinking of religion, Hinduism or Islam from the Middle East have come here. Music, right? Elements of hip-hop were born in the Bronx, but it originated from elements of reggae in Jamaica. Food. I'm sure many of us have gone to areas of Westchester where you've partaked in authentic Italian food or even Chinese food, authentic from Chinatown and Manhattan, right? So immigrants bring just a nice piece of them in everywhere that they come. In 2021, the total immigrant population, also known as foreign-born population, hit 46.6 million. That's 14.2% of the total US population overall, and that includes both legal and illegal status. After declining in the mid-2020 due to COVID restrictions, the foreign-born population has actually rebounded dramatically, making this the highest population of immigrants in American history as far back as 1850. That's saying something, right? This is important because it shed light on the fact that, as Virgil mentioned, the face of our community is changing. It no longer looks like what we assume someone who's food insecure looks like. And with that comes an impact on our society. If present trends continue, researchers have estimated that the immigrant population will likely surpass all-time highs that we saw in the late 1800s and early 1900s within just a few years. So we need to be prepared to understand and serve this diverse population accordingly as they face a number of challenges, including food insecurity. So now we know what's considered diversity throughout America, let's talk about its relevancy. So although the concept of the melting pot is a dynamic and grand idea, there are different ways in which it occurs. So assimilation and multiculturalism are two concepts in which we need to understand when an immigrant comes to a new country to integrate into society. Here in the US, typically immigrants face assimilation. The minority group gradually adapts to behaviors, values, and cultural beliefs of the dominant group, which is American society. Here it rings true. I'm sure many of you have heard, when in Rome, do as Romans do, right? So a lot of immigrants adapt ideas, behaviors, customs, food beliefs. Many of them even adapt English as their primary language in an effort to adapt to our society. Whereas on the contrary, we have multiculturalism, which you see in Canada, where they're embracing the expectation to adapt, making accommodation for those differences. So for instance, you'll have a bilingual sign on the street in a neighborhood with a predominantly Chinese American population. So there's no good or bad to either one, right? I mean, there are good or bad, positives and negative. One is not better than the other, but they both strive to help achieve equality and social cohesion between sociocultural groups. But we can't lose sight of the fact that if we're going to serve our population that is culturally diverse, we need to take into account food culture. Food culture refers to the practices, attitudes, and beliefs surrounding food. Whether that is a recipe, the type, or the way they prepare food, food culture is essential and important, right? When a when an immigrant or a foreign-born person comes into this nation or anywhere that they migrate to, research has shown that the longer they stay in that land, the more they adapt to the culture. In terms of diet, it's considered dietary acculturation. So they're adapting our dietary habits. Now, I'm sure many of you know, America doesn't have the greatest diet, right? Research has shown we have low intake of fruits and veggies, low intake of whole grains, high intake of sodium, added sugars, excess calories, and saturated fats. Good. Let's not forget, Thanksgiving is only 2 months away. All right, pack your appetite. In addition to that, speaking of Thanksgiving, protein and refined grains, most Americans consume way more than they need, or just about. So we're not getting enough fruits and veggies, but we're getting plenty of protein up in there, yes. So for many foreign-born persons who perhaps have had ready access to fruits and veggies, imagine coming to a new land where you don't have the opportunity to pick out a fruit and veggie from your backyard or a tree right in your yard, or have access to specific spices and herbs. And then, on top of that, coupled with financial barriers, it can be a really limiting opportunity for you. Most likely, they are going to adapt to inexpensive and easily attainable alternatives like processed foods. When we also couple that with sedentary lifestyle, we're now met with health implications like chronic illnesses such as heart disease, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and even obesity. Not to mention a lack of certain vitamins and minerals. So it lends to the question, what is access to healthy food without considering relevant foods or culturally preferred foods, right? Also, thinking about psychological implications, acculturation can impact the mental health of new immigrants. The stress of adjusting to the new environment can pose difficulty resulting in loneliness, depression, and anxiety. Imagine coming to a new country and not only trying to learn the customs and systems of that land, but also trying to access food and food that resonates with who you are. It can especially be difficult in these times where we have political interjections such as ICE, where a lot of immigrants feel like they're not comfortable or trusting enough of people in their communities to help them find the access to those foods. And even cultural identity. For many people, food is a symbol of who they are. It doesn't even matter if you're foreign-born or not. Food resonates with many of us, right? We connect it to memory, to family, community, to people, place, so many different things. So lack of access to culturally relevant foods, education, and knowledge of how food impacts one's health, it creates barriers to adjusting to a new country. Therefore, it's important that we have sensitivity toward culturally relevant foods and customs, as it allows for building and maintaining diverse relationships and competence. And last but not least, food waste. So many of you may know food waste is a very big initiative for us at Feeding Westchester. When our neighbors in need are simply given food that they're not familiar with or not relevant to their dietary habits, they're more likely to throw it away, right? Which contributes to food waste. By creating and improving access to culturally relevant foods, we can reduce food waste and promote sustainability, because our communities will have access to food and resources like education that will not only assist them in creating meals that embrace their culture, but assist them in adapting to new foods. So our purpose of this initiative is dynamic in that it transcends across a number of important factors. First and foremost, hunger relief organizations, we definitely serve clients from many different walks of life. Food insecurity and hunger impacts millions of adults and children, so we need to be able to provide food items that reflect the preferences and cultural context of the communities that we serve. By investigating who's out there and their food culture, it'll aid us in client satisfaction experience, so we're able to provide a more dignified and personal experience which clients enjoy. We're also able to understand the population we serve. So it's not enough to just know their first and last name, how many people are in their family, but who are they? What do they do? What do they do? Where have they come from? Tell us about your holidays. What's so unique about it? And sourcing, which my colleague Ryan will talk about a little bit shortly. Finding appropriate foods that we then pass off to pantries that can give it to our communities. Better informed choices for clients. So it broadens the choices for clients with dietary restrictions by providing foods meeting cultural needs while addressing limitations. It also helps us identify what foods may be unfamiliar and create initiatives to improve understanding of those foods. It also will provide a helpful reference both internally and externally. So within our organization, we'll know how to serve the pantries and the people we reach. And also for our network here, all of you agency partners, you'll be able to provide a resource to your volunteers and even people in the community. And improved outcomes. So partnering again in terms of the RX program, it'll help us determine ways we can assist clients in addressing chronic illnesses with increasing access to healthy foods, with consideration and embracing of food culture among the population. So how do we do this? We first needed to know who is out there. It's not enough to know who just the population in Westchester County is. We need to know who they are specifically. So census data is especially useful in this context as it helps determine things like congressional seats and where supermarkets and hospitals should be built. As of 2020, the population has grown to 1,004,457. This is the first time the population has actually reached 1 million. It's the highest it's ever been, so that's saying a lot. In terms of demographics, it's the first time the population of non-whites fell below 50%. So there is no longer that idea that the majority is the white population. It has now fallen below. Another significant jump, the county's Hispanic population jumped up by 30%, from 62,000 to a whopping 269,000. They remain the second highest minority group throughout the county. This is followed by blacks, which nudged slightly by 2.2% to 141,000 people, and then the Asian population also grew from 51,000 to 64,000 people. And this is just a graph just showing you in terms of the numbers. So again, the white population is still predominant, but followed by Hispanic, Black, multiracial, Asian, and American Indian. So we look further into our high-need areas. There were some significant findings among our targeted locations, including Yonkers, New Rochelle, Mount Vernon, White Plains, Ossining, and Yorktown Heights. And one thing I just wanted to point out here, especially, the Yonkers population grew by 18%. It's now 211,569 people, making it the third largest city in New York State. They actually knocked out Rochester. So it's New York City, Buffalo, and now Yonkers. This is the first time it's surpassed the 200,000 mark since 1970. It's also the first time that the Hispanic population in Yonkers grew and surpassed the white population. So not only are we growing exponentially, but we're also becoming more diverse. And so we looked a little bit further into who those people are. So the foreign-born population is officially 246,002 people in Westchester. 57% predominantly come from the Americas, including the Caribbean, such as Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and Haiti, South America, Central America, followed closely by 20% from Europe, such as Southern Europe, including Italy and Portugal, and then 18.6% from Asia. We also wanted to look at the Hispanic population because, if you can recall, I mentioned the second largest ethnic group was the Latinx population, and we divided that up to see exactly where they originated from. One size doesn't always fit all. So we realized that the highest population were the Mexican population. There are approximately about 44,060 Mexican throughout Westchester County, followed by 5.3% from South America and 2.3% from Central America. So we got a good diverse population. All right, so now that we know who's out there, we then investigated their food culture, meaning community commonly preferred foods and habits. For each of the predominant ethnic groups that I mentioned in the county, including Northern Europe, African Americans, Mexican Americans, we looked at commonly eating foods based on the 5 food groups: fruits, veggies, grains, protein, and dairy. We also looked at fats and oils, herbs and spices, staple items, so predominant items throughout that group that they consume, and also patterns of dietary acculturation, meaning were there any changes in terms of how they ate once they came here? So perhaps they ate leafy green vegetables before coming here, and now they're eating them more often. And also preferences, meaning do they prefer hot cereal over cold cereal or certain spices? And this is just a screenshot of exactly what the graph looks like. We created an entire spreadsheet based on each food group. And as you can see, for a group like the Mexican-American population, we have some of the typical fruits that are eaten, and then we broke up the vegetables by starchy and non-starchy. So it gives us a frame of reference as to what we could offer based on our research. We also looked at commonalities. So now, based on what we found, we had a robust list of foods that are typically consumed by each group. Within this list, there was some overlaps, meaning some foods were not just eaten by one group. So we divided that further to see where there were any commonalities. So this is just a snapshot of that. And here is just like a more in-depth look. So for instance, eggs were something that's commonly eaten by everybody across all groups. But if you look at lamb, which is highlighted in blue, only Southern Europeans and African Americans typically eat that. So that tells us, when we're sourcing food, what should we go for more than others? We also considered weighted percentages based on the food item, ethnic group, and their position in the population. This would give us some insight as to how much in demand overall amongst the group that food would seem to be. So for instance, sweet potatoes on that second line, 77% of the population would gravitate toward that, whereas pumpkin is less likely because it's at 37%. We also considered religious groups because cultural relevancy is not just specific to race or ethnicity. It transcends to religion and faith. So we investigated food culture amongst common religious groups, including Judaism, Islam, Seventh-day Adventists, Roman Catholic Christianity, and Hinduism. For this information, we relied on literature as well as some guidance from religious organizations and followers of specific faith. So. Here at Feeding Westchester, we do serve a number of religious groups, so definitely will increase our reach and access to them as well. Now, what's next? We have all this great data. What can we do with it? It's not good enough if it's just sitting on our desk, right? That's why we had to share it with you. So first and foremost, sourcing. We hope to utilize this information to help us source culturally appropriate foods that reflect the diversity of Westchester. So my friend Ryan will talk about that just shortly. And nutrition education. By trade, I am a registered dietitian, so nutrition education is something near and dear to me. This information will guide us in creating goals and initiatives toward nutrition education and specific topics that need to be addressed in our communities, such as how to prepare unfamiliar foods and how to create healthy dishes using traditional foods. Last but not least, a reference guidebook. We hope to create a formal guidebook similar to our food dating guide, which many of you may have seen, which would serve as an active resource for our agencies, the general public, and the organization. All right, so I'm just going to pass it over to my colleague, Ryan. Any questions?
Thanks, Monique. We're going to need a little adjustment here. It's about the best. I think that's the best we're going to do. So one thing I promise you, I won't put you through any calisthenics. Don't have to worry about me for that. My name's Ryan Brisk. I'm Senior Director of Operations and Procurement at Feeding Westchester. I've been with the organization a little more than 2.5 years. And just a little anecdote about the timing of that. I came in at the tail end of 2019, just past the November-December chaotic times, and I thought that was going to be the hardest thing we had to do on a year-to-year basis. I was wrong. So there I am at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, doing my best sponge impression, trying to figure out what is food banking all about, right? Learning the traditional food banking, our processes and procedures, all for it 3 months later to mean absolutely nothing. Oh, okay. So I want to talk about 3 main topics with you all today. One being our collective impact, as well as some ongoing challenges and projections for this year that we just started, as well as the importance of feedback and collaboration. This past year, we distributed as an organization and with all of your partnerships over 19.2 million pounds of food, 16 million meals. To put that in perspective for you, that's about 480 full 53-foot tractor trailers worth of food, or over 1,900 of our Feeding Westchester box trucks that you're all familiar with. Of those 19.2 million pounds, almost 8 million were fresh produce, right? That's about 40% of our total distribution, and that's been a pretty steady composition year over year. So even though we were able to double distribution, we were able to keep fresh produce at the forefront of what we wanted to do. It checks all the boxes, right? The healthy impact of it. It's highly desired by our partners and clients, and it happens to be one of the most cost-effective commodities that we can get our hands on as well. So 19.2 million pounds, 18.8 million pounds were distributed last year, either free or covered by a grant. All right, that's 98% of the total distribution that we're able to do. And the reason we're able to do that is from tremendous levels of support on the local level from the County of Westchester. I know we have Susan and Ken here today. If we can give them a quick round of applause for their support. Thank you. Also, various state-run programs like HIPNAP and Nourish New York, which allows us to buy commodities from in-state, which has been a tremendous boost to our operation. And then, of course, the federal level foods that you're all familiar with that come to us via TFAP, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, and the USDA. You see here, this is where our food came from last year, 3 main sources. Just over 4 million pounds of donated food, mainly through our retail recovery program, nearly 6 million pounds through federal TFAP foods, and another 9 million pounds of food that we purchased. Here's what we're looking at for this year, right? You can see our level of purchased food should remain flat or at a similar level, but we are expecting less TFAP food for this year. So to make up for that difference, we're going to have to grow our donated pounds. This change you see from 22 to 23 on the TFAP bar chart, it's been called by FANO and a lot of my colleagues as the TFAP cliff that we've been anticipating. So it comes as no surprise, but it does leave a gap that we need to fill. Within TFAP, there are 3 different programs. I've spoken to some of you about this before. I won't spend too much time going through this, but we get funding for entitlement. We're given a limited menu and a certain level of funding, and we can go out and purchase the different commodities that they offer. We get food through bonus, Section 32, and this is basically what USDA identifies as being surplus for that year, right? What do farmers have too much of? What do growers have too much of that the U.S. government is able to go in, subsidize, and send those loads into us and ultimately into you and the community. I think this year it looks like nectarines and pistachios are highlights. Previous years have been black beans, potatoes, so what they have, we will take. So like I said, expecting less government food, less TFAP food, we're going to have to increase the amount of donated food that we have access to. All right, this is something that we know is our greatest opportunity to grow the amount of food we can source within the county. And to do that, we want to engage and grow our current relationships with our retail partners, both at the Feeding America level and the Feeding Westchester level. We're going to try to we will increase an additional 1 million pounds through this channel this year. We're going to pick up more often. We're going to find more potential local partnerships for partners to pick up various donated foods. Right. Our other channel of donation, we just talked about retail recovery, is from wholesales and manufacturers. A couple examples listed on the slide, but these often come to us as commodities. Might be a product line from a manufacturer that didn't do as well as their sales team had predicted, but is still more than viable and nutritious, so it'll get donated into us, and we're hoping to see about a 10% increase through this channel of food. Come on. All right. Now, not here to be a fear monger, but I do want to go through some of these current challenges that we're all experiencing that many of them won't be news to you, some might. A lot of data on the screen. Probably can't see it. It's fine. I'll go through the highlights with you. What we have in front of us is the Consumer Price Index that the USDA comes out with every month. And the column that I've highlighted there shows the increased price of different commodities year over year. Surprisingly, it grew more expensive to get your food at a grocery store than it did going out to eat at a restaurant on a percentage level, right? So some of the commodities that have gone way up in cost, I know all of you know this, but eggs are nearly 40% higher cost this year than they were last year. Proteins in total are up more than 10%, dairy up 15%. There's no magic wand for this challenge, right? It's being felt by all of us everywhere. Still ongoing issues in the supply chain, right? We have companies that are reducing variety, right? They went through the pandemic and figured out I can still be profitable only offering 10 different varieties of this food. Why go back to 20, right? They can be more efficient, and higher profit margins, kind of reducing what that looks like. A couple global issues, right? We have the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. That's 30% of the globally traded wheat that comes out of that region, 20% of corn, and 70% of sunflower supplies, so mainly oils. It's also one of the biggest exporters of fertilizer from that region. Ongoing climate issues too. In India and Europe, they're expecting a deficit of roughly 20 million metric tons of wheat and corn into the global supply by the end of 2023. Even right here in the US, just a couple quick examples. Cotton in Texas, down 70%. The wheat in the United States is the smallest crop since 1963. Rice harvests in California are down 50%. Farmers there are allocating their water resources to some of their higher yielding crops, some of their higher valued crops like almonds, olives, and grapes, and abandoning things like lettuce, tomatoes, and melons. Right, the U.S. tomato harvest is down 2 billion pounds this year. Right, and what can we anticipate from that? Higher ketchup and tomato sauce prices, if it's available. Right, so looking at some of those challenges and some of our impact, what we'll figure out collectively as a unit, our hope is, how do we reemerge from this kind of emergency response that we've been in for the greater part of 3 years? Internally, all right, we're going to expand our facility at Feeding Westchester. All right, 2 main things we're going to do. We'll be able to add an additional 12,000 square feet of dry storage, right, which is going to give us the opportunity to do some more spot buys, take some additional donations that we may have been constrained with prior, and we'll be able to expand the size of our cooler. Okay, so we'll be able to bring in more fresh produce, more dairy, more eggs, and this will also give our volunteers additional opportunities to come in and sort and QC and process some of that additional retail recovery we want to collect, trying to turn it around quicker to the network. Right, but to do all this, we need data and feedback from you all to help us in a multitude of ways. One of them being, help us inform decisions on inventory composition, right? And we're going to get into a more interactive exercise on that topic here shortly, as well as aiding and analyzing our delivery systems and methodology, right? Is the way we're doing it now the right way? And nothing's off limits, right? And with that, one of the methods by which we're going to ask for some feedback is going to come via the Hunger Relief Systems analysis. So I'll pass it to Andre, who's going to introduce that topic to us all. Thanks.
I'm not Andre. So one of the things that I know all of us know is really that we have all been in this together over the past 2.5 years. I'm super appreciative, delighted to introduce Deputy County Executive Ken Jenkins. On behalf of the county, Sue Weisman also, who so many of us know. So the county has stood alongside us, Feeding Westchester, our hunger relief system for the past 2.5 years, unequivocally. And just the most recent example of that is that Sue called me about 2 months ago and said, listen, we are so concerned about the way inflation is hitting those that we feed, and so the county is going to increase the designation for this fiscal year to Feeding Westchester for the benefit of all the partners throughout the county. So appreciate it. Yeah, you said you wrote.
All right, good morning, everyone. First, thank you, Karen, for that generous introduction for the entire Feeding Westchester team, Andre, Ryan, the whole crew that's here. First, I bring you greetings on behalf of County Executive George Latimer, and certainly all of the partnership that we have with each and every one of you through Feeding Westchester to make sure that you're able to take care of all of the people in Westchester County. Give another round of applause for our Food Security Coordinator, Sue Weissman. And as Ryan was pointing out in 2019, when he first started, Karen was very generous in saying that, and we all been going through this emergency for 3 years, right? Almost 3 years. It's something that's different. All of us in this environment are so used to taking care of people and dealing with issues on a time basis, right? Something happens, we deal with it, we continue, we go to the next battle, etc. And it's a constant fight for all of us, right? But the pandemic gave us a whole new set of challenges because before 2020, we didn't have a food security coordinator position that we created based on the needs that happened throughout the pandemic. And as Karen pointed out, one of the things that we did in the county government under George Latimer's administration and our team was identify different ways that we can help during these inflationary times. And one of them was by identifying the additional $700,000 that we had to give to Feeding Westchester to distribute to all of you so that we can bring down some of those prices and the impact that people were having. The number that we were going with, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think that we said that the additional dollars were going to be able to save people about $65 a month for their particular food items that came through the pantry. So that's in addition to the $1.4 million that we did in 2020. There's 2021, sorry, $1.4 million in 2021, $1.6 million in 2020, and the $1 million that we give directly to all of you to make sure that we're able to do the things happening to make sure that we're taking care of food insecurity. So this is very critical, and it's important information that you're going to be giving today and sharing today to help us go into a direction to be able to do what we can to deal with food insecurity and to be in a place in Westchester County, one of the richest places in the country, certainly the 1 million people in Westchester County. We have too many people that are facing challenges on a day-to-day basis, and they all don't look like the people that some people think they look like. So we're all facing these challenges. We're going to continue to do that together. We just finished up the bus scenario. That was $7 million that we did not take in, at least. We did that for all of the bus systems, whether it was paratransit to get to the locations or whether that was our regular bus system, the transportation, parking, all those kind of things. And we have some other things coming up in the winter session where we're going to reduce taxes on heating fuels, and that's whether it's electric, gas, or oil, that we're actually taking care of that particular thing. So we are so pleased to be able to continue our partnership with Feeding Westchester. Ryan did mention the warehouse expansion and the things that are happening inside of Feeding Westchester. We're keeping our fingers crossed to see what other things we can come up with in a partnership. Right? We're not saying anything about it just yet, because you never know what could happen, right? But the county is certainly wanting to continue to be the support for Feeding Westchester, which supports all of you and does so many tremendous things. Thanks a lot for letting me jump in for a few minutes and say some words for you. But we need you to continue your work, and we're going to be there with you to continue to do the things we can do. So thanks again, Karen.
All right. Hello. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hanging in? All right. I'm gonna quickly grab 2 minutes. Right. We're a little short on time. We have so much to share, as you could tell, right? And we want to hear from you as well. I'm gonna grab like a minute or two, like I said, just to quickly talk about our hunger relief systems analysis project. You've heard you've heard about it, right? In different aspects, we have done town halls. We've spoken about it in a few forums, including this one. So this is a place where, and arguably part of the reason why we're having this discussion, right, is in light of the hunger relief systems analysis that we are planning to undertake together, right, Feeding Westchester, with all of our partners, to really do two things, which is to really get a comprehensive and confident understanding of hunger in Westchester County. Where is it concentrated? Where's the supply in terms of food? Where's the need? Right? All of that. The second part that we want to do is we want to have a cohesive, coordinated approach together to addressing hunger in Westchester County. It takes all of us. Right? So we have done some planning around this. Boston Consulting Group will lead this project and is partnered with us in this project, and we can't wait to share all of the developments about the projects with you. Right? Part of what will come out of it is ongoing partnership, which is sort of like what we want. Right? Together, having this discussion, right, about addressing the need, determining where there's need for more capacity building. All of those things, all right? So I'm on the program a little later today, and so I'll see if I could put in some more time in terms of discussing it, but this won't be the last and final discussion, right? And so I'm happy that you're here today to spend this time with us. And arguably, what we're doing today is talking about the hunger relief system, right? And identifying the needs and the challenges. So you've heard from Feeding Westchester, and we're looking forward to hearing from you in this next segment as part of our interactive exercise. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much to our entire panel for all of those comments. Next up is the fun part because we get to hear from you. So this will be the section where we get to collaborate. So for the interactive exercise, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Boston Consulting Group, who will be guiding us through the exercise together. The Boston Consulting Group has really helped us to create an interactive exercise that we hope will help us to do 3 different things. The first is to better understand our capacity for collaboration. The second is to obtain a deeper understanding of your needs as our partner on the front line of this feeding community. And the third is to take a pulse on the experiences of our network as a whole. So without further ado, I will be introducing Karen back up to the podium to give some further instructions, and then we will be collaborating together. So Karen?
All right, y'all. I'm super excited about this time we're about to spend together. And Josh, where's Josh? Josh is going to help me stay on track. One of our dear friends at Boston Consulting Group, and GU, standing next to me, is going to help us with the tech piece. Y'all, we're fancy this morning. Okay, so do you want to give us some general information about Slido?
Yes, so we are going to use a tool called Slido to hear your responses to a couple of pressing questions that Karen has for all of you. So I want everyone to grab your phones. Don't check your email, don't check Instagram. Grab your phones and go to slido.com. Open Google Chrome or Safari, whatever you use to check the internet, slido.com. It's also up here on the screen. It's going to ask you to input an event code, and it's FW2022. Slido.com FW2022.
Raise your hand if you need help. We got people on staff that are young enough to know how to do this.
Yes. If you go to this website, input that event code, it's going to ask you to input your full name. We actually want you to input the name of your organization. Slido.com FW2022. I don't think so. It might be, but I don't think so.
Raise your hand when you get on, y'all, so we can see. Woot, woot. Somebody over here. Leading edge tech. All right, great. We're seeing people get on. If anybody at your table needs help, will you help them? Say that again, ma'am. Okay. Remember, it's your organization name.
Yep. Slido.com, go to that website in your web browser. It'll ask you for an event code that has a little hashtag in front of it. All you have to do is type FW2022. Yes. That's totally fine. Just input the name of your organization. Yes, that's right.
If you absolutely hate tech or don't have your phone with you, there is paper on the table, and we'll come and gather it from you. So that doesn't mean if you just prefer paper. It just means if you absolutely can't do the tech, okay?
We really want to be able to count your responses on the screen, so ideally on your phone. If it doesn't work, we have worksheets that are printed out in the center of each of your tables that have the same questions, so you'll be able to follow along.
All right, is it working, y'all?
It looks like we have 27 people logged in already.
Oh, yay.
And 11, 12 participants are responding to the first question.
Shashir, I'm sorry, I hadn't
Any other questions? Just feel free to shout them out.
I didn't introduce you yet.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so the first questions, y'all, super simple, right? We're just capturing what organization are you representing, what city are you in. Great, so we have virtual attendees. We're also asking them to play a part in this. So third question, also I bet easy for everybody. When you think about the number of clients that you are serving, is it about the same now as it was earlier this year? Is it up or is it down? We're going to move quickly through these first 5 or so questions, okay? So we're talking about the clients. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. 1 less than last year. Don't self-identify, because everybody's going to send their people to you. I just would keep real quiet. All right, let's think about the amount of food next. Josh, am I pace okay? Okay. Are you distributing more food than you were last year, less food than you were last year, or about the same? Y'all, I get to Donahue. I hear there's feedback from the speakers, though, so I'm a little nervous to move too far. Okay, now, we're about to go into a big one. So let me tell you what we spend literally almost countless hours talking about at Feeding Westchester is the meal box pallets. So the question we have for you is, do they meet your needs? Yes, no, partially. Because let me tell you something, we got urban legends galore at the food bank. We think some of y'all love them. We know because you're kind enough to tell us. Some of y'all hate them. Are they a good solution at all? Okay, all right, so I'm going to pause for a minute. First of all, thank you for responding. I'd like to understand partially who will help us have clarity in that area. What does partially mean to you? Yes, ma'am, in the back from St. Mary's, right? Terry, thank you. Somebody's bringing you a mic.
You're bringing me a mic. Partially in the sense that oftentimes it's a repetition of the same products so that you're giving carrots
And there's a
week
groundswell.
after week. I understand. I do understand.
Yep.
But so it also isn't giving us the choice that if we don't want those carrots because we can't get rid of them and we only have so much storage, we don't necessarily have that option when there are other things on the pallet that we could use.
Super helpful. Who else? And y'all, this is a safe space. Yes, ma'am. If Mike will go to this table, and then I saw you over here too. I'm sorry. Probably would have been easier. I apologize.
Hello, everybody. As representing like 3 food pantries, partially for us means some of the stuff in the pallets that they come out, they're actually good, that we don't use it. But in my situation of representing different food pantries, canned food, due to the culture, they don't use that. So I think partially like rice and stuff like that, something used, but the rest of the stuff is not usable.
Super helpful. Thank you. And then there was a lady right there at that table too, please. Sorry, and then I promise you're next. Yes, ma'am.
I'm from St. John Paul and Clement Mount Vernon, and I say partially because it forced me to switch out, because a lot of times we get tomato sauce, and the clients don't necessarily need it. So what we have to do is not follow the guidelines from the palette, but switch out and become creative. And storage is a problem. You get 15 cases of tomato sauce and you don't need it, so then we have to find place to store it. So I say partially.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience.
No problem. I'm Megan from Austining. I say partially just because oftentimes the pallets don't represent the cultural needs of our clientele.
That's great. Thank you all. So I just said to the team, so we could talk about this all afternoon. If you have feedback that was not captured by the comments from the room, please either, can you put it on there? Or, yep, so either put it on your Slido or write it down and we'll collect it, okay? Because we're going to keep moving.
Karen, to speak to that, there is a tab that you can all put on your Slido on Q&A, and you can put in whatever
That's great. Did everybody hear Josh? He's a little more soft-spoken than I am. What he said is there's an add-on app.
I can repeat it. So there's a tab within the Slido that is titled Q&A, I believe. That's a free-form response that you can tap on at any time, and you could put in your comments. We'll see it, we'll collect it, don't worry, and we'll have it for afterwards. That's
great. Thanks, Josh. And again, if you need technical assistance, y'all, like, wave up, okay? We got people to help. All right. Here we go. Does Feeding Westchester's current inventory offer the variety of product that you want, that you need, Yep, Ryan is right. You see the choices here. We always have enough variety. We mostly, sometimes, rarely, never. Okay, we'll take sometimes. Talk to me. Who wants to chime in on this so we have a little bit more insight? One of the things that we talk about a lot is please be as specific as possible, right? I'll tell you, I talk a lot about this sort of legendary 5-page inventory list from pre-COVID. But what we don't understand right? Because literally I've been like, somebody find me one so I can look at it, right? Is there's a lot of single product variety in our estimation, and that's from somebody who wasn't here. So like, how many varieties of pasta do you really need? You know what I mean? So when we talk about variety, and when we talk about Feeding Westchester sometimes having enough, what does that mean to you? Somebody? Yes, in the back there, please. We got a mic coming.
There we go. Right here. Hi. With all of us, I'm sure, we're struggling with limited space.
Yes, ma'am.
Limited refrigeration, limited space. You have to try to get the variety, enough variety to pack a good bag that will sustain a family of 4 for 3 days.
Great.
Okay, balanced meals, right? That's what we're shooting for.
3 days of balanced meals. Thank you.
That's very hard when you already have green beans and the pallet only brings one product that you're running out of.
I understand what you're saying.
So therefore, everything else is duplication, which is eating up space that you don't have.
So here is my request for each of you, okay? Please, all right? I'm going to use you illustratively. So you want 3 days of product, well-balanced meals. If you had a magic wand, y'all, if you had everything in the world exactly the way you want it, does that ever happen? But anyway, if you had everything in the world exactly the way you want it, what would be in the bag? Please tell me what would be in the bag, okay? So there's the tab that Josh referenced. There's paper on your table, all right? Yes, ma'am. Hey, Nick.
I would say just every category that's on our list that we give. I mean, we do have a choice pantry, but I feel like the major food groups are really important. You know, most people can go out and get, you know, a can of beans or things like that. But the things that they really need are the staples, like the proteins and the dairy and, you know, the fresh milks and things like that. And I think the consistency of having that would be super helpful.
So that's great. I have to keep us moving, but I want to hear from each of you. Like, cannot overstate how much I want to hear from each of you. Specific details, right? So we're hearing dairy, we're hearing meat. And as Monique said, and so many of us know, some cultures like some meat and some cultures like other meats. So please don't tell me meat, okay? Tell me what kind of meat. Chicken, yeah, okay. Chicken. Okay, thank you. All right, y'all, when you think about total food that you distribute to the community, the totality of every pound, every can, every cauliflower that you put into the community, what percentage of that comes from Feeding Westchester? I'm not going to stop on this one, right, because there are a couple more pieces of feedback we really want to get from you. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay, so one of the things I carry around with me is the statistic that Nikki shared with us from the Community Needs Assessment. Of the 600 plus clients that we spoke to last spring, 66%, 2/3, their primary source of food is the pantry at which we spoke to them, right? And when I see that for 22 of you in this room and participating in this poll, you know, 75%, so half of you get 75 to 100% of your food from me, from us, I beg your pardon. We take that responsibility very seriously. So tell us what you need. Please tell us what you need, okay? All right, here's the big one. So we were a 10 million pound food bank. We're almost a 20 million pound food bank. The way we got to being a 20 million pound food bank is that we put together the pre-made meal box pallets, right? If you have to choose between variety and volume, what's your highest priority? Yeah, I know, right? Anybody bought a house lately? You can have location, you can have cost, you can have, right? Yeah, Claire.
A quick comment is I'd like to add quality as well, because
great point. Yeah. So great point. Yes. Yes, quality. That is an expectation we have of ourselves, and if we are at any point in time we don't meet that, we count on y'all letting us know, right? The other thing that I would say is our relationship historically has been based almost exclusively on purchased food or TFAP food. As we intensify our efforts to capture retail recovery, guess what? It is a different quality. And that is why the food procurement and ops team are working with you all very carefully so that if you are accessing retail recovery through our partnership, you know that, right? It's a different set of expectations regarding quality, but we always expect it to be edible. The question we ask ourselves is the food that we are providing to those we serve the same food I would provide my own family? Okay? So we're going to run out of time, and I think I'm over. GU and Shashir and Josh are going to spend a little time with you learning some things too. If you had something you wanted to let us know and you didn't have a chance, either find one of us, write it down, or use the tab, okay? We are so appreciative of all that y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Now, for the next portion of this interactive exercise, we would like for you all to have the chance to get to know each other and to engage with each other as well as engaging with the team from Feeding Westchester. And so if you can all please grab the worksheets in the center of your table. There should be a stack of papers in the center of your table. There's one that has a colorful grid on it. Worksheets with colorful grid on it. So for this section, we'd like you to use these worksheets to guide a discussion at each of your tables on what your organization is doing to identify the need, working to address the need, how you're improving equity in food access, as well as how you might be able to improve partnerships together. And for those who are joining us virtually online, you also have a link to an Easy Retro board, which includes an online version of this exercise. Great. As well as in the chat, you should be able to have a link to Easy Retro online if you're joining us virtually. If you're here in the room, there are worksheets at the center of your table. So they're not in your folders, they're at the center of your table. So they look like this. Yes, exactly. So I'm going to keep an eye on time, but for the first couple of minutes, we'd like you to read through what is in this grid here and how we've defined identifying the need, working to address the need, improving equity in food access, and improving partnerships. Just take a couple of minutes to read through, jot down some methods and approaches that your organization is already doing in each of these areas. Oh, please join a table if your table is too small. And just jot down a couple of ideas, and then I'll call time in a couple of minutes and we can get together and discuss. Yep, it's the worksheet with the colored boxes. So there's green, orange, blue, and yellow. And don't spend too much time on any one of them. Just kind of read through, and then it'll help with the discussion. Yes, I know it'll be quick, but all four.
To like be in the crowd?
All right, just a few more seconds and we're going to wrap it up. Try and just think about as many things as you can. Whatever your organization in each of these 4 categories, what is your organization doing to improve equity, to improve partnerships, and address the need? Okay, everyone, I know that was really quick, but now that you've had some time to read through and think about what your organization is already doing in each of these areas, talk to the people at your table and share together. Maybe there's something that you can learn from each other. Maybe another organization is doing something a little bit differently. So go ahead and share at each of your tables. What you wrote down is what your organization is already doing today in each of these areas. And we'll come back together in another few minutes.
can't store it. I don't have a refrigerator. Or we're, you're in the same car, but with two different houses. Because they couldn't drive here. So we have to.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you learned a couple of interesting things from each other. On that same worksheet, you're going to see a couple of questions. So what did you learn from the partners at your table? What have you learned from each other? What are new and interesting things that your organization could do?
We're gonna move. We're gonna move to another part of the exercise. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for the last part of the exercise, still at your tables, and then we'll come back together, still at your tables, think about what you learned from each other and what opportunities your organization might have to replicate or to partner together in order to improve what we're doing to serve the community. Some of the things that your organizations are doing may be very similar, some might be very different. Where might your organization want to grow, to learn from each other, to further collaboration and coordination? So let's discuss that for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to ask for a couple of volunteers to share what they discussed at their table.
All right, everyone. So we're going to be using a sheet of paper that looks like this to fill out what you have learned and how you're going to partner.
Okay, everyone, can I have your attention, please? All right, so try and wrap up the discussions at your table. If you found a partner organization that you're very interested in having further discussions with, feel free to use this worksheet to take down their name and their contact info. You can exchange phone numbers, email addresses. Please continue the conversation beyond just today. This is just the beginning of what we hope will be further opportunities for coordination among our network partners. So now I want to ask a couple of tables to share what's something interesting you learned from each other, and maybe what is a new idea now that you have related to partnership and collaboration. Anyone want to share what they discussed at their tables? Yes, anything that you want to share? What did you learn from each other? A new idea? Over here.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Princess. I'm the nutrition site manager for Mount Kisco Senior Nutrition. And talking with the table, I have learned that there's a stigma as far as receiving food from a food pantry. So with new methods as far as, United Way delivering food to the homes, it becomes less stigmatized and seen more like an opportunity and something that is, you're more appreciative of it, and then other people see it and they're like, okay, like this is great. I would love food to be delivered to my home too. So it takes away from the stigma of receiving food from a food pantry, as in you have to be completely poor to receive this and you don't want to stand in line. And I was learning over here from Megan from Ossining, that standing on the line made it seem more of a stigma. No one wants to stand online for food, and you're standing online for like an hour waiting for food. People shy away from that. So I think, the partnering with United Way and DoorDash has increased deliveries, it increased more people receiving the things that they need, and I think it's a great thing that you guys are doing.
If anyone has ideas of how to remove the line from the process of the mobile food pantry, please come see me, because that's something I've been trying to tackle for a while and have not been successful.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? What else have you learned from each other?
I just found that using the schools as a means of getting food home to children, okay? Again, if we're small and we reach out, I think that we'll meet more families. And who do we want to feed? We want to feed our children.
Thank you. How about one more?
We go by the cars. We have a line for the cars, and then we have a line for the peoples that walk. So it don't be a long line, and that's been working out very well with us. Mount Lebanon Baptist Church in Peekskill.
Thank you so much for sharing your feedback with us. Thank you for sharing ideas with each other. Please continue these conversations, make connections while you're all here together. But for now, that wraps up the interactive portion, and I'm going to hand it back to Nikki, who's going to introduce our fabulous keynote speakers for today. Thank you.
All right, so for the next part of our program, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. So our keynote speaker today is the United Way of Westchester and Putnam. This amazing organization helps local residents become self-sufficient and thrive in a stronger community By studying and researching issues, developing measurable solutions through its programs, and creating community partnerships with other organizations as well as individuals. United Way and Feeding Westchester partner on feeding solutions, such as the Feeding United Home Deliveries program, through which both organizations partner with DoorDash in order to get bags of groceries and fresh produce, as well as supplemental items like school supplies directly to the front doors of our neighbors in need. We hope to bring United Way here with us today to offer their 211 helpline to you as an important resource for your organization. With us today, we have Tom Gabriel, who is the president and CEO, and we have Linny Jacob, who is the Chief Information and Referral Officer at United Way. Tom is a multiple award-winning strategic professional with more than 30 years of experience in the nonprofit sector. He has held senior level positions at a variety of human service organizations in Westchester and Fairfield counties. And he is committed to bringing about significant and lasting community impact for programs focused on education, health, income, inequality, and social justice. Linny manages the organization's largest program, which is the 211 helpline that you will be learning more about today, and a staff of more than a dozen people fielding more than 270,000 calls for assistance around basic human needs every single year. That is a huge number. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Tom Gabriel.
I'm going to grab this mic because I'm a walk-around kind of person. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Andre. And it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. As Nicole said, I'm Tom Gabriel, the President and CEO of the United Way. I'm also joined by my esteemed colleague, and on all things, just generally a rock star, Linny Jacob, who manages our 211 program. Let's see if I can get this going. Here we go. Okay. So what is the United Way all about? Many of you have heard the name. You may not be familiar with the work that we do. So the United Way is truly about mobilizing strategic partnerships and leveraging resources to create a more equitable community. And we do that by focusing on three basic things: health, education, and income, because we believe all three are interconnected. And if you're going to move the needle around poverty or around living paycheck to paycheck, you have to address all three things simultaneously. We focus on the 40% of our neighbors that live in poverty or paycheck to paycheck. The United Ways around the world refer to that group, the paycheck to paycheck group, as ALICE, which stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. So who is ALICE? ALICE is our security guards, our home health aides, our waiters and waitresses, our retail salespeople at big box stores. These are people who work, they take care of their families, and they're trying to make ends meet, but they just can't. You've all heard statistics like 40% of the population only has about $500 in the bank in times of an emergency. That's ALICE. Those are individuals who, when their car breaks, have to make a real-life decision between fixing it or putting food on the table. If you want to find out more information about ALICE, you can go to our website, uwwp.org/ALICE. There's reports for the state, for Westchester County and Putnam County, and it really delves into who these individuals are and how pervasive the need is. But we also understand that the ALICE population is disproportionately more likely to be certain groups of our community, and that's who we're focused on. So first and foremost, I think that's 71% of single female-headed households are living at the ALICE threshold or below, so ALICE or poverty. Senior households, it's 42%, African American and Black households, 53%, and Hispanic households, 55%. That's a significant slice of our community. You've seen some wonderful data presented before, but I encourage you to look at these numbers as well, because one of the things that was presented earlier is that a large majority, I don't remember the exact statistic, but a large majority of the people that are accessing, that have food insecurity and are accessing your support are not in the poverty category. They're above the poverty category. Because our federal poverty guidelines are woefully outdated and unrealistic. The ALICE numbers are basically looking at 300% of that federal poverty guideline. So roughly 75,000 for a family of 4. That's who's accessing food. These are individuals that are working, but they can't make ends meet. So how do we affect change? We do it by collaborating with more than 450 nonprofits, schools, and government agencies to exponentially increase our impact within Westchester and Putnam County. But there's a number of ways that we can work together. I'm going to briefly talk about a couple of them. First and foremost is the Ride United Last Mile Delivery Program. You've heard it mentioned here before. Some of you are already participating in it. In partnership with this amazing organization, Feeding Westchester, and a number of others, we use DoorDash drivers. They're getting paid to do this, to deliver up to 15 miles from a pickup hub, food and other essential goods that are being donated. So not only does this close the transportation gap, but people don't have to wait in line. People who can't get out, people who are homebound, frail, elderly, or people who feel a stigma of going to a food pantry can get it delivered from DoorDash. If you want to get involved and get your organization participating, uwwp.org/DoorDash. We also have a robust essential goods for basic needs program. Last year, we donated more than $6.2 million in new items, not recycled from community households, but from retail and wholesale partners for the most part. These are things like books, clothing, household goods, blankets, Bombas socks, pillows, mattresses, and so on and so forth. If you want to get your organization on the list, so when we get these donations, we can send them out to you, uwwp.org/EGBN. And finally, what we're known for, but frankly isn't the least important to us because of the direct impact the other programs have, but is incredibly impactful for all of you, is the grants that we put out in the community. We have capacity building grants, crisis response and recovery grants, and emergency food and shelter grants. This year alone, we've administered more than $1.7 million in grants to our nonprofit partners in Westchester and Putnam. Many of you are recipients. Feeding Westchester is as well, and we are honored and privileged to support you in the work that you're doing. To sign up, to find out more information, to get on, to find out when our RFPs are announced, uwwp.org/grants. Now, I'm going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, the rock star I mentioned before, Linny Jacob, who will talk to you about our 211 helpline.
Good morning, everyone. You know, you can just cut off that rock star word, you know, Tom just mentioned. Thank you for the introduction. You know, don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to stand up like, you know, Virgil said. I know it's about, you know, we are going to have lunch soon, so just want to make sure that, just to inform you with, you know, what we are doing, the program we are into. Once again, my name is Linny Jacob. I am the Chief Information and Referral Officer at 211. So let's get started. So what is 211? It is the one-point access to community's full range of social, health, and government services. In other words, 211 call center seamlessly connect people to health and human services, right? And also partner with the community to transform how people access help. Just want to repeat the last few words. Transform how people access help. How people can reach us. There's three ways, three ways they can find information, three ways they can connect with us. By dialing 211, that is an easy number to remember, right? Three-digit number, 211. If you just need to remember this, think about 911 as the emergency number, 211 as the non-emergency number. If you have trouble dialing 211, the three-digit number, you can use our toll-free number, which is 800-899-1479. Another ways you can reach us, which is using our text messaging system. It's a two-way texting. You can use our national texting code for 211, which is 898-211. So that way also you can connect with us. Lastly, you can find information through our website, which is 211hudsonvalley.org. Again, we are available 24/7. You will be connected to a live person. So what's unique about 211? How we are different, right? 211 is personal and confidential. When I say personal, I want to say this. 211 is a real person. Oftentimes we do hear from callers, making statement like, "Are you real? Am I talking to a voicemail?" People make comments like that. And also, oftentimes we can hear, "I am surprised that you are here, especially working on weekends or off hours," or I'm talking about 12 a.m. in the morning. So bottom line is, we are here to help 24/7, no matter where you are. Throughout New York State, you can simply dial 211. You will be connected to a live person. We also have bilingual staff in-house, and also we have a translation services available over 200 languages. I'm happy to share that. We do get our second largest percent of calls from Spanish-speaking population. We are able to help them out even if we don't have that bilingual staff available at that moment because of the translation services. Another unique thing about 211 is we are a AIRS accredited agency. Means calls are answered by AIRS certified staff. You may wonder, what are you talking? What is AIRS? AIRS stands for Alliance of Information and Referral Systems. They are the sole entity exist nationally to offer accreditation around information referral. Okay, so what you're seeing now is the dashboard. This is the dashboard, give us an idea on what's happening in the call center at a moment. Second by second, the information is changing. I will say that the information changing based on how busy we are, the type of calls coming into the center, and also it's to do with if it's a disaster time, we can track whether calls in queue. It's a skill-based system, so we can change the system based on the community need, right? The three systems we use, our database, our phone system, texting, it's all web-based and integrated. When I use the word integrated, which means all information captured in the phone system, it will be automatically transferred to the database. I have to say it, the system was super, super helpful at the peak of COVID because it allowed staff to work remotely. So there was no interruption with our operation. We were able to manage it. You all know, beginning of COVID, we all worked so hard just to see how do we continue providing services to the community, right? Definitely our technology allowed us to continue with our operation. Okay, so when we look at it, what does the call look like? A typical transaction, right? It looks like we have a general call can take up to 6 to 10 minutes. Sometimes, it can be more. What happens is, when it's a mental health and crisis-related calls, it can take up to sometimes 25 minutes, 30 minutes. You all know each person's need is different. Each person's situation is different. The story is different. So depending on the conversation we are having with that caller, we assess the situation. Once we identify their need, when I say the need, I just want to say this. During the assessment time, Maybe the person is calling with the one need, but that conversation helping us to identify, oh, okay, so you may be in need of X, Y, and Z. So the needs trickle down into multiple needs, right? Then we are helping them to prioritize and connecting with the referrals, right? Which is matching their eligibility and the location they're at. So crisis comes in different forms. All calls, I will say many of the calls remain anonymous, but we do capture callers' contact information. I will say it is super, super helpful, especially when we identified the person, the caller cannot access services without an advocate, right? We do a small portion of advocacy. And also we do schedule follow-up. So who do we schedule follow-up with? You know, some of the calls we tagged as urgent calls. Like for example, let's say if we're getting a call from a senior looking for emergency food, definitely that's going to, we will do a follow with them. All mental health crisis calls, we do a follow with them. You know, speaking of, when I was talking about the system, in the phone system, we have a feature to like set a priority for crisis calls, which means crisis calls will take a priority over other calls. So we have that feature, you know, available through our phone system. We talked about follow-up. We talked about the advocacy piece. The next one, what callers usually ask? Why are they calling 211? What usually they ask? I will say we do see an increase in calls since COVID. During COVID time, I will say at the beginning of the 2020, the needs were people asking about where can I get tested, right? I'm afraid to go out. I don't know whether I want to go to work because I don't want to get sick. The other type of calls people were asking, like, you know, I'm afraid to go out, but I need food. Food-related calls, right? And also, where can I get tested? But from that type of calls, then it changed too. The nature of the call changed to, I'm looking for financial assistance because I'm not, you know, I was not able to go to work. I don't have money to make a rent payment, so I need that financial support. So I think you all can agree on this. The need in the community changes based on a situation. It may be a disaster, an event, or inclement weather. So based on what's happening in the community, at the same time, what's happening in each person's life, so the need is going to change. Okay, you know, I've been talking here for at least 5-10 minutes. You may think, Lenny, can you just stop for a second? We want to see how this thing's going to play out. We want to do a test call, right? Let's do that.
So we're going to call 211 right now. Hopefully this works. I'm literally dialing 211.
Thank you for calling United Way's 211 helpline serving the Hudson Valley region. For English, press 5. Para Español, presione 7.
I just pressed 5.
Thank you for calling United Way's 211 helpline serving the Hudson Valley region. For English, press 5.
Oh.
Para Español, presione 7.
Is your phone working?
It's not working.
I'll try mine.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Thank you for calling United Way's 211 helpline serving the Hudson Valley.
You know, it's my phone because it's not connecting.
Can I try?
Thank you for
Let me try
calling
it again.
United Way's 211 helpline serving the Hudson Valley region. For English, press 5. To speak to a call specialist regarding basic needs such as food, shelter, utilities, and all of the services, including the special needs registry, press 6.
So I'm going to press 6.
If you are calling,
And then forgive
please
me,
enter
my
your
mother told me never
5-digit
to lie,
postal
but I'm
zip
going to make
code.
up a story. 105. I'm putting in 10562
We
as
are
the zip
interested in
code.
your feedback on how we can provide the best service to you. Would you be willing to have us call you back within a few minutes after the call to answer a few brief questions about your experience today? Please press 1 if you would like to provide feedback. Press 2 if you do not.
So we'll skip that.
Thank you for calling United Way's 211 helpline. This is Marjorie. How may I help you?
Hi, Marjorie. My name is Tom. I did some searching online, and I hope I found the right place. I don't know what to do. I'm receiving workers' comp because I got hurt on my job, and I have enough to cover the rent and the utilities, but my wife and I are really struggling right now about food.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like you're going through an awful lot right now, and I'm glad you reached out to us at 211. So your primary need right now is help with food?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there are referrals that might be able to help you. Now, I see you're calling from 10562, which is Ossining. Do you have a way to write down some referrals?
Sure. Yeah, I have a pen.
Oh, okay, great. First off, Tom, have you ever heard of food stamps? Do you know what they are?
Yes. I know what they are, but I've not needed them before, obviously, because I was working.
Okay. Well, that's the first thing you should look into. And you can apply for SNAP, which is the name for food stamps. There's several different ways you can apply, but one way is to go on a website that New York State has. The website is mybenefits.ny.gov, and then go into the SNAP section, and you can pre-screen yourself for eligibility and actually apply online. But, another way you can apply is to get help with it is through Catholic Charities. They have a number, a Yonkers office, and the number for that office is 914-476-2700, extension 214, and their hours for calls on SNAP application assistance are Monday through Friday between 9 and 11 and 2 to 3.
Awesome, thank you. I'll try to do the application online, but right now my wife and I are low on food.
Okay, there are food pantries that can help you right away, and there are a few of them, right in Ossining. The first one is Ossining Community Action, and they're located at 81 Croton Avenue on the second floor, and they're open on Mondays from 4:30 to 5:30. And their phone number is 914-488-2277. And St. Anne's Church at 25 Eastern Avenue, they have a food pantry located at their school, and it's open on Fridays from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And their phone number is 914-941-2556. And another one is the Ossining Food Pantry. Now, they're at 7 South Highland Avenue, which is actually a location for a Trinity Episcopal Church. And this food pantry is open on Wednesdays from 6 to 8 p.m. and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. And you can use them once a week, but you do have to register with them ahead of time. So their phone number is 914-762-5510. Tom, we always suggest you call a food pantry before you go, because there always could be changes. Bring an ID for yourself and your wife, and it's a good idea to bring along reusable grocery bags.
Wow, this is amazing. This is just incredible help. Thank you so much. Is there any?
Okay, but I have another option for you though.
Oh, awesome.
The Feeding Westchester has a mobile food pantry truck, and they visit various locations throughout the county. Now, I just looked on their website, on their schedule, and they're going to be in Ossining next week, next Wednesday, September 14th, from 4 to 5:30, and the truck is going to be at the Park School, which is at 22 Edward Street. And, since you mentioned you can do things online, you can check their website for upcoming Ossining dates. Their website is feedingwestchester.org. And then just scroll down till you come to the mobile food pantry schedule. or you can call them at 914-923-1100.
Wow. Thank you so much. I never knew there was so much out there, and right there in Ossining. I can't thank you enough for your help.
Okay. You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I'm good for now. This was super helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if you have any questions or difficulty reaching out to these referrals, you can always call us back. We'd be happy to assist you. And we're here 24/7. So thank you for calling United Way's 211 helpline.
Thank you. Have a great day. So I'll quickly say, what I was going through was the list of all the resources that I knew that the call specialist should have given, and she nailed every single one of them. And totally unrehearsed, as you can tell. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so we all had that experience on when a call coming into the call center, what callers are hearing and what information, potential information, they can hear from our call specialist. I just want to repeat what I said before. Each caller's need is different, right? So it is not a script-oriented, talk. It's having a normal conversation with the caller, making that connection with the caller, doing the assessment. That's the driving piece, helping the call specialist to look for that information, then connect them with the right resources. So for us to do this, what do we need? We need resources, right? So, work with me. Okay, I need to go back. Okay. Yeah, when we think about it, the 211 database is the key component, the vital piece of 211 operation. We have over 25,000 programs and services in the system. I will say, to be part of the 211 database, we do have inclusion-exclusion criteria because we want to make sure that this is a free service to the service providers, at the same time, free service to the community, right? So we want to make sure that the information we are putting in the system, it's not costing money to callers. So when we look at it, the majority of the resources are not-for-profit, but we do include different departments within the county. So we all need your support to keep this information up to date. How do we maintain this database, right? When we think about it, this is an ongoing process. Information is changing all the time. Either a new program is starting, or the phone number or the hours change. So there's a lot of changes happening all the time. But as a process, every year, we reached out to agencies to make sure that this information is up to date. And also, how do we find new information? I will say it's through different channels. Being part of community network meetings. I will say there's different areas within. I'm so happy that we are part of this network. Every time we do hear something new each agency is doing. That's one channel. Social media. And also, we do get, the county always put out newsletters. We do learn new things, from that. And also, agencies proactively, when I look back, when we started in 2004, we needed to spend so much time to educate and also reach out to agencies to get the information. We are in 2022. Most of the time, agencies proactively call us to update. Hey, just want you to know that we are starting a new program. So there is that partnership. There is that relationship there. I have an ask to make before I move into the next slide. I want you to, if you're unsure, you're part of 211 database. If you have a new program starting you want to share, please, we have a table outside. Please share information. We'll be happy to do a follow-up with you, okay? So help us out. So Together, we can serve the community. Okay, just moving into the next slide. So after COVID, we did see an increase in costs coming into the center, which is mainly to do with the basic needs, food, shelter, rent payment, utility assistance. I'm sure you all know about this too. After this ERAP program started, we definitely did see an increase in ERAP costs, rent payment. Now we are seeing the program is closed, so what do I do next, right? It's a continued need, what we are hearing from callers. Looking at, I will say 7 counties we are serving in the Hudson Valley region, 2021, we handled over 149,000 interactions. A few minutes before, we were talking about 2020, that was over 270,000 interactions. You may wonder, how come the numbers changed? Because remember, the 2020 was at the peak of COVID. A lot of calls, I will say that 30%, 40% increase of calls strictly to do with the COVID, right? Health rate, where can I get tested? How do I file unemployment? That changed. That 147,000 interactions, that's still way so higher than if we compare that number with the 2019. I'm talking about, before COVID. So the numbers are only going up. So some of you are thinking can you give the information about Westchester? We are in Westchester, right? Going into the Westchester, we did handle close to 29,000 calls. From that map, you can see which zip codes we are getting the most calls from. Sharing these stats, I just wanted to say this, 211 system, we can generate useful data for the community just to identify what is the need in the community, what is the unmet need in the community. So you may wonder, Lenny, you received 149,000 interactions. You were able to help all those individuals? Some we couldn't. The reality is you're always going to find the gap in services, right? Unmet need. Because one reason can be, callers may say, oh, I call X, Y, and Z, give me something different. But in some services, there's nothing, we have only 3 referrals to offer, there's nothing available. In another case, maybe the caller is not eligible for that program. The true case, sometimes there's no such service exist in the community. What do we do in those cases? We do create these unmet need reports, we share with the community planners, because of that, they can start a new program if they see a trend in people looking for specific service. Next, so where are we heading with our data and the technology? I am so happy to share that we are transitioning into a new data platform, which has a feature of closed loop referral system. Some of you are familiar with this CLR. I'm looking at Andrew, I think he is smiling here. That's the way to move if we want to create that shared, trackable, coordinated outcome. That's the way to go for it. I want to say this, what is a CLR? Just giving you a definition. It's a simple definition. It's a closing a loop on a referral when a sending provider getting a report from a receiver, receiving provider after they provide services to the client. So what you're seeing, A to Z, the full picture about what happened with that client or a caller. So you can see the benefit for the community, we as a whole. There's an agency, you can see the cross-agency access. There is improving time and cost efficiency. You need to input callers' information only one time, and all others can access it. And also, you can create this effective and holistic data. That's the purpose behind it, right? So moving into this closed loop referral system, it is going to enable all of us to measure the true outcome. That is our goal. That's the way we are going. You know, this concludes my topic. I just want to say that I am so proud to be part of this program. It is close to my heart. Sometimes I will say, it reminds me oftentimes, Lenny, stop complaining about, what you don't have. There's so many people out there looking for food, looking for shelter. You should be so thankful. So it always put me in a position, it's a reminder for us. And also, it gives me patience, when you're talking to seniors. Also, you will find time to talk to, others and find the solutions for them. That's all. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
So, do you have any questions? Yes.
Who did not know about this. And I'm wondering, in every town in Westchester, do the libraries, do the municipal administrations know about this? So if people call them, they can refer them to 211.
So, as like many of you, as a nonprofit organization, marketing is always the hardest thing to do, right? We focus on helping people and not talking about what we can do. So we have focused on libraries and municipalities and Westchester County. They are one of our closest partners on a number of different things. So that information is out there. But the general public, no, not so much. There have been national studies done around the product, the 211 product, which is about 21 years old now. And it's national, it's everywhere. It's in every community there's 211, including Canada and Puerto Rico. The national studies suggest that the name recognition, the brand awareness is only about 40–45%. Not great, but frankly, at 40–45%, we had 270,000 interactions. If we had a 90% brand recognition, yeah, I don't think Lenny's going to be working here much longer. We have an employment problem. Oh, and by the way, we are hiring 2 Spanish-speaking call specialists. If anyone knows anyone, as well as a resource database person, let us know. And I had Lenny's email address was up on the slide. If you have any questions about 211, please feel free to reach out to her directly. But like she said, there's a sign-up sheet at our booth. Put your name, any questions down, and we'll follow up with you. Any other questions? Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's been a privilege and a pleasure to be here today and to work with you all. Thank you. That's you. Yeah, that's you.
First off, on behalf of everyone in this room, I'm sure, thank you so much, Tom and Lenny, for that amazing presentation. I think it goes without saying that 211 is an invaluable resource for all of your agencies. And I don't know about you, but the voice on the other end of that phone felt so comforting. So thank you so much for that. Next up, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Andre Thompson, our Vice President of Impact Programming. Prior to joining Feeding Westchester, Andre served as the Director of Food Programs at New York Common Pantry and one of the largest emergency food providers in New York City. Andre oversaw programs and operations across the Bronx and Manhattan, food procurement, distribution, technological solutions, and the development and implementation of new program models. Please welcome Andre up to the podium for his closing remarks.
Hello, everyone. Hanging in? Wow, such a great pleasure to be here with all of you. It's so great having 211 in the room just now, right? having United Way as a great partner in the room just now. And part of what I want to talk to you about is just that. So I'll get to that in a second, but I just want to shout them out, right? That clinches it for me, right? Part of the reason why we want to come together in this way is to learn together, to share resources, right? There are some things that we are able to do on our own, right? Those are our core expertise in our agencies. But some of us are, you good for something, do-gooders you. You have to connect people with services. You want to get them to where they need to be, right? And food is your core work. But now you know you could refer them to 211, right? And so that's part of the discussion that we want to have here today, right? Coming together to identify community resources, right? To identify our strengths and our abilities, and we could refer folks to places where they need to get to. So thank you very much, Nikki. This was a fabulous, fabulous time spent together. I hope you feel the same. I'm mindful that I'm standing between you and lunch. So as a point of self-preservation, right? And just to make sure that you're with me, I'm going to engage in a little bit of a call and response, okay? And I'm watching. From time to time, throughout talking with you, I'm going to call out, and I'm going to check if you're, asleep or whatever, right? Let's try this together. Turn to your neighbor and say, together, we are feeding Westchester. Together, we are feeding Westchester. All right. That's your time in church. No, never mind. Or synagogue. Today, I'm going to talk about three things: understanding hunger, addressing hunger, and partnership for more impact. We just saw it with 211 a while ago and United Way. They're fabulous partners, as are you, to feeding Westchester, right? And that's how we're able to bridge the gap, right? And to make impact for the people that we support. Now, hunger is a very serious problem, but it's also very solvable, right? And I want to talk to you and have you walk away with 5 things. Don't leave here today without these things. There are many contributing factors to hunger, and it can affect anyone at any time. That's number 1. Number 2, emergency feeding partners, you, us, right? We have a long history of alleviating hunger, but no single one of us can solve the problem. Do you agree? Remember that. Number 3, it takes systemic and structural change from the top down and also from the bottom up, right, to fix the problem. And number 5, it takes partnership, collaboration, coalition to achieve lasting and enduring solutions for an equitable and resilient food system. I'm speaking to the choir now, right? One of these things here is untrue about me. Take a minute to take this quick poll in your phone if we have the time. I'll wait. Better get it right. Are we able to do that? Okay. If not, I'll take a quick poll. I am or have been homeless. Show of hands. Be careful. No, don't be careful. I am or I have been food insecure. Okay? I am a trained actor who has appeared in well-known productions on stage and in film. All right. If you got that I am or have been homeless, that is incorrect. If you got that I am or have been food insecure, you're correct. And the third one, since you've all but ascertained that I'm not Denzel Washington, your favorite actor, I can speak to you at any time about that. That's part of my experience as well. But I brought that up to say two things. What gave it away? Why, for the folks who thought that perhaps I am or have been food insecure, what is it about me? Is it this suit? Is it my Rolex watch? It's not. What is it? I am so comforted to hear you say that. I can't tell you that preparing to come and speak with you today, that's part of the conversation that I've been having with myself. Did I did I diminish, did I lose any of my dignity by sharing that? Right? I would hope I'm in the right place, right? And at the same time, I have to gut check myself because so many times in this business, we ask the people we support for their stories. How dare me worry about my dignity? But just keeping it real, that was a conversation with myself. Would you be surprised if I told you, rather than being the vice president at Feeding Westchester, I am the vice president of the United States, and I share that same story. I am or I have been food insecure. I'm saying all of that to say that hunger isn't often what you think it looks like. What does hunger look like? What does hunger look like? First part of understanding hunger is that knowing people might experience food insecurity at different points in their lives for different reasons, sometimes for no fault of their own. And I totally believe that in this great country, yes, I could become vice president, and that would have been part of my history. And so it can't be the appearance, right? Someone once said to me, sometimes you have these polite conversations at dinner, and you say, you know, I'm in food insecurity, this type of work. And then you have the folks having this bright idea. You know, one day I was volunteering at a pantry, and I saw this lady drove up. Can you believe it? She was in this brand new SUV. Well, what does hunger look like? She could be in between jobs. She could be living out of that car. She could be using that car in this gig economy to make up the numbers, running Uber, right? What does hunger look like? And how does hunger feel? What does hunger feel like? If you at any time you observed any religious sort of observances, fasting, right? Or dieting, then perhaps you've had your foray in understanding what hunger feels like, right? It's this gnawing, urgent pull internally to eat. It's your body, your stomach, often saying to your brain, feed me. And sometimes when you're even in polite company, right, you'll hear the stomach actually, oh, feed me, right? That's one definition of what hunger feels like. But there's another type of hunger that's much more dire. It's persistent. It's lasting. Right? That's the kind of hunger that I also want to talk to you about. For me, when I shared my experience about having been food insecure. I'm okay now, thankfully, right? But it is part of my experience. It was when I was in college. I was on my own for the first time. You're going to be independent. I'm mindful that people are going off to school at this point. Be independent. And I did well academically, or well enough, to have attended college 4 years, tuition free or paid, right? Books. Housing was okay, but no food. No meal plan. Uh-oh. And I could stand here and tell you today that the struggle was real. That's what these young kids say. The struggle was real. And it was. I honestly remember, don't try that today in today's dollars. With inflation and all, Ryan. I had $1 on some days. $1. And that was able to purchase for me, from a vending machine, 50-cent soda and 50 cents for a honey bun. Don't try that today. But what I remember most about that time, and the type of hunger that I'm also talking about, is this helpless, hopeless, listless, lifeless feeling that there's nothing you can do in that moment, in that time, to change your situation in that immediate period of time. And you don't know what's going to come next. And if back then I wasn't sure whether, pantries existed or food banks, any of that. But knowing what I know now about the work that I do, and it's part of the why I do it, some of you have your whys. Knowing what I know now, that you provide this food with care, with love, with dignity, I would have probably put my young pride aside. You think in school you're fresh, right? You're young, you're fresh. Put the young pride aside and visit one of these places that would have made all of the difference. And I'm so sure that for the people who are aware of you and the work that you do, and they come to you, that's the difference that you're making. I'm going to check in. That's the difference that you're making. Together, see now. Together, we are feeding Westchester. And let me know how I'm doing on time, and I'll try to be as succinct as possible. And so we can't talk about the next part of it. So part of it was understanding hunger. Part of it is addressing hunger, right? We can't talk about addressing hunger without talking about poverty and and the link with food insecurity and why people are food insecure in the first place. And we can't talk about poverty without looking at the systemic and structural barriers that exist. We won't dwell there today, but including racism, right? Including the need to, so I was mindful today, I'm going to call myself out, right? I'm going to call us out. I'm mindful today that when we provided even this exercise, that, what if everyone in this room wasn't English speaking? Right? And I apologize if anybody struggled with filling that out, right? But having that lens. So we need to have a structural, we need to look at the structural and the systemic and the policy change that needs to happen, right? And we need to look at also the work that we're doing at the grassroots level as partners. The pandemic and other similar times, right, really, but particularly the pandemic, laid bare all of the disparities and all of the inequities and all of the challenges in the system. But that's not news for many of us in this room. For the first time, I didn't have much trouble, really, explaining to people what, the type of work I do. I usually have a little challenge doing that, talking about food insecurity and telling them what it means. For the first time, that didn't happen during the pandemic. So many lost employment. So many disparities we found in healthcare. So many struggled with their housing. So many people coming to for food. And it's not just the pandemic, right? At other times, we saw this as well. We saw it on 9/11. You remember? Right? We saw it in the 2008-2009 recession. We see it with natural disasters, including Hurricane Sandy. I'm playing all the greatest hits now. I'm speaking your language. I'm coming down your street. We saw it even in the government shutdown. How many of you remember that? That was one of the first times when I saw people having this recognition. Oh, pantries exist. People coming to the pantries and the soup kitchens in their uniform. They work at the airport or something like that. And they are having this experience where, like, I'm not sure if I should be here, but I really need it. We were here. Together, we are feeding Westchester. And I want to make a point that while feeding partners are doing a great job, right? Us. We do a great job of identifying the need to the best of our ability, understanding the need to the best of our ability in our communities. We are alleviating hunger, but not solving it. We are alleviating hunger, but not solving it. I love many of the things about the work and our field, and which is, a part of what I like is that I have this immediate impact. I'm sure you feel the same way, right? You can literally, as long as there's a need, provide food on a corner. So as long as there's a need. I've seen pantries and soup kitchens and other places, we do it high-tech, very robust and sophisticated, whatever that means, and low-tech and no-tech. Whatever it is, we try to meet the need. And that's why we even get excited. We love what we do. We care about what we do. That's why we get excited when, who cares, but you got that new fridge. You got that new hand truck, right? And so you know the impact that will have in the community, right? Maybe it's the fact that you got a new grant. Maybe it's the fact that, I don't know, you saw someone on the line for the past 5 months and then they came up to you and they said, you know what, I got a job. And look, I got an apartment. We love what we do, right? But we're mindful that what we're doing is alleviating the problem as much as we can, but not solving it. And so for me, right, I'm going to, in the interest of time, truncate some of the points. But for me, part of hunger, right, and the solution to hunger, I'm oversimplifying it, but it's a matter of logistics and economic mobility. Logistics is about, this quit it on me a long time ago. Logistics is about getting food to where it's needed, right? The mobility, in my mind, is the movement of people from where they are to a place of self-sufficiency. But you see, it takes exactly what I said. The systemic and the structural change, the policy work, the advocacy, the partnership, really, to make and bring these things into alignment. They're not in alignment. I've been in food banking, food pantry work long enough to see three scenarios. And I'm hoping for the fourth one, at least in my lifetime. Now, I'm still a relatively young man. I'm still hoping to see it. 40 years, still be alive. Still hoping to see it. I've seen more food, having more food available, but less people to give it to. That might sound strange, but hold on a second. At the very first part of this pandemic, I'm telling you, when every place shut down, I was getting calls from everywhere and everyone. People, I wish you were calling me all along to place the food, right, from their kitchens, from their markets, from their cafeterias, wherever, to place the food. At the same time, though, everything is shut down, not as many people coming to the pantry, right? So I had more food on hand, and at that time, less people to give it to. That's an example. I've also seen, using this pandemic as an example, places and times when I had more food, right? So the funding is coming through, right? Everything is kind of keeping pace, more food, and also the need that people have, it's really catching up. So you have more people on the line. More food to more people. I've also had the unfortunate experience of having less food to provide to more people. So you have less food to give, and then the line is still what it is, right? And I'm a little concerned, but hopeful, that even as the pandemic era relief and funding is drying up, that won't be the case. Less food available while the need is still there. Are you with me? We check in one time? Together. We are feeding. All right. See, I didn't even have to. Okay. And I'm still hoping that in my lifetime, that I will get to a place where I'll have less food to provide because there's less people to give it to. And so we have identified the problem, we understand it very well, and I think that we're really, really close. As the White House is getting ready to convene this conference that, you know, we haven't had one in 50 years on hunger, nutrition, and health. The last time they did this, we got programs like SNAP, like WIC, right? I'm really hopeful that in my lifetime and for the next 40, 50 years, we will see some of the systemic, structural, policy changes that need to happen, the advocacy that needs to happen, right? For us to solve hunger. And partnership is very important. Partnership is very important. So we could speak to hunger. So I had some stats earlier, but in the interest of time, I truncated them, right? Where I'm giving this view of hunger in the world, right? Oh, you don't care about the world. You only care about Westchester. That's fine. You care about the world. Hunger in the world, hunger and food waste in the U.S., and hunger here in Westchester County, right? A very wealthy county. Annual median income, $97,000, right? Rent is expensive, right? I had those stats to really talk about hunger and to show, you know, to give a broad-based view, right, of the problem. But let's come on home to Westchester for a second, right? You still with me? Together? All right, okay, all right. Partnership is very, very important. So I didn't get to speak as much to the hunger relief systems analysis, but in a nutshell, right, what we want to do together, right, is to get a comprehensive, as possible, for the first time, maybe we've done this work before, right, but this time, a really comprehensive understanding of hunger in the county, right? And then, so that's part one. or one part of it. And then part two, this is where the partnership comes in, right? We want to get a cohesive and coordinated response, exchange, dialogue, all of that, right, together to achieve a system that's cohesive, that's resilient, right, for now and for the next 50 years. And so partnership is important because partnership is a big piece of that. So Boston Consulting Group, who's here today, they've been wonderful. They've been wonderful. And we were intentional about the partner that we would choose to do and engage in this work for us because, A, we want to make sure that it would prioritize partnership. We wanted to make sure that it would include the voices of people with lived experience. We wanted to ensure that we're speaking to the partners, right, and paying attention to the different need that exists in the different neighborhoods, right? Critically important. So partnership is important. Why partner? To collaborate, to identify challenges that we all recognize, but no single one of us can fix, right? Why partner? And if you shout any reason that you have down there to partner, I won't be mad. Why partner? It will take working with representatives from schools, foundations, nonprofits, businesses, governments, faith-based organizations. We were happy to have NPW in the room, Community Housing Innovation, United Way, and all of you, right? Behind that, really, and the takeaway from today, including the exercise, is there's some services and supports that I provide at Community, right? Center for Northern Westchester, as an example, right? That, yes, it works for the vast amount of people, but there's some people that need some services that you do not provide. You can't do everything, Claire. Just an example, right? Right? Yeah. Why partner? By having a good sense of the hunger relief system, who is providing services when, right? What services do they provide? The fact that perhaps I don't speak Spanish, right? But my friend Jonathan there does, right? And he distributes on Wednesdays. We could have this dialogue. Or just using language as an example, right? Why partner? Collectively, we have a wealth of expertise in both traditional and innovative ways of doing things. That's a value, right? We can reach by partnering underserved areas, populations, and groups. Much more than we probably think. See, many of us didn't know about 211 today. Just think about all of the people you could have referred, right? You do gooders, you, right? You want to connect somebody and you want to take them to the door. Well, now you know you could call somebody, right? And feel confident because they have the closed loop referral system that they will be connected. Why partner? And so I want to thank you for being here today, right? It was such a pleasure being in this space together, sharing this time together, right? With our partners, with our friends. This is a vital time as we look and seek to reemerge from the pandemic, right? For us to come together in this way. And to, as the White House is charting this course for the next 50 years, let's do that together in Westchester County through partnership. Together. Oh. Together. We are feeding Westchester. Thank you very much. So much more to share with you, but I'm mindful that I'm standing in between you and lunch, and from a point of self-preservation, you understand how these things work. I'm going to introduce two of my wonderful colleagues, Winnie Bonamico and Monique McCoy. in this big segment, not little, big segment of appreciation for you and to you for the work that we've done together to make impact in our communities. Please welcome Winnie and Mo. I got a little excited. I think it works better if you have the food that I've been holding you from, right? And then, yes, we're going to do the presentation, okay, of the awards. Thank you so much.
So Winnie and I were going to stand down there, but I don't know what we're going to do now. That's all.
Yes.
All right. At this time, I would like to reintroduce our agency relations managers to the front. We have Monique McCoy and we have Winnie Bonamico.
All right, guys. So, first of all, can I tell you how wonderful this is? Because for the longest time, everybody was just faces and masks and names, and we weren't able to get together. So I'm so excited to have everybody together. So, as Karen so eloquently said earlier, and Andre, this only happens when we all do it together. And it's because you guys are partners that this network has been able to impact the lives of so many people. And each of you have you've done such an amazing job, and you're absolutely irreplaceable in everything that has been accomplished in Westchester. You've got such an attachment to the community. You know your community, you know the people you serve, and that is absolutely invaluable. So you are all amazing. You're all appreciated. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mo real quick.
Thanks, everyone. It's so nice to see everybody in person, like Winnie said. No, teams, you're on mute. So what Winnie said is that we are really so happy to bring you all together and to recognize you, all of you as partners. But these awards are really just intended to call out just a handful of our agencies for their extraordinary service. So together, we have helped countless individuals get through some of the hardest moments of their lives through COVID. Each one of you, I saw tired eyes, some days I saw despair, but then you rose to the occasion, and all of us did that together. So each of you are a part of that impact, and I have to say for Winnie and I, and speaking for my whole team, we are so grateful to all of you because we can't do this without you. So as Andre said, together we are feeding Westchester. And with that, I want to tell you how we did these awards this year. We categorized them by their size. So we have awarded each partner for a small agency, medium agency, and large agency. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Winnie.
So in this case, small means mighty, because these are the Neighbor Service Award, and this goes to Don Bosco Soup Kitchen for serving over 33,000 meals. So, Don Bosco, come. Thank you very much. So this is for you. Okay. And we're never going to escape the photo op, guys. So let's face over this way. Quick photo op. And Carmen, thank you for everything that you do. Our next Neighbor Service Award goes to the Medium Agency, and this is Caritas Food Pantry. So do I have Caritas here somewhere?
Irma.
And Caritas has served 123,878 neighbors in the fiscal year of 2022. Okay? Congratulations for you. Photo op. And our last Neighbor Service Award for one of our larger pantries goes to Chop Breads. Come on, who's coming up for me? For serving over 74,971 neighbors over the course of fiscal year 2022.
Good afternoon. Never give a lawyer a mic. I'm Cynthia Knox, CEO of Caring for the Hungry Homeless of Peekskill, and we are so honored to receive this recognition this afternoon. I just want to say that our team, the incomparable Arthur Holmes Food Pantry Coordinator, Jeff Miller, Operations Manager, and a bevy of dedicated volunteers could not have provided healthy and nutritious food to almost 75,000 members of our neighbors twice a week. We could not have done that without our partners such as Feeding Westchester, United Way, Westchester County, and our colleagues in this room today. We at CHOP believe that each individual has the right to healthy and nutritious food so that they can thrive. And together, we can continue to make this a reality in Westchester County. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm handing it over for Mo for the next session. So thank you guys all for your patience with me. You know I love you all, and Mo.
Okay, so the next three awards are for the Food Distribution Award. So this award is given to a partner agency who has distributed the highest number of pounds in fiscal year 22 based on that small, medium, and large. So with that, let me put that up there. So our first award goes to, in this category for food distribution, for a small agency, Eastchester CAP, food distribution based on small, and Denise Chin and Anna Costa are coming up. In fiscal year 22, they served close to 48,000 pounds of food based on their size. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. And our next award for food distribution goes to an agency in Mount Vernon, Greater Centennial AME Church Food Pantry. This is based on medium agency, and for fiscal year 22, almost 95,000 pounds of food. Last but not least, based on the large pantry, are you guys sitting down? So this is for Ridgeway Alliance Church Food Pantry. So this is one of our very, very big partners. They distributed in fiscal year 22 almost 879,000 pounds of food. That is close to 1 million pounds. So if I could have Mr. and Mrs. Hudson come up. Nothing got broken. Thanks, everybody. I hope you're enjoying lunch, too. Nikki?
All right, so first off, I hope everyone is enjoying their lunch. Please continue enjoying that. I want to thank everyone in the room on behalf of Feeding Westchester. We have sincerely enjoyed our time with you today, and we hope to do this again soon. In addition to that, we do have an engagement survey for any feedback that you would like to provide. So you will see a QR code at your table. So that is in the center of your table, the folded piece of paper. Please reach out to us with any questions or comments, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
So I know you thought you were off the hook, right? I'm still checking. Together, we are feeding Westchester. Woo! Thank you all very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your lunch.